All right, welcome to the next part in the series where we're going to build out the front end of this application. And to do that, we're going to be using Next.js along with TypeScript. We're going to be using Redux for global state management. We're going to be using RTK Query to make a lot of these API requests and have caching behind the scenes for them. And we're also going to be using Tailwind for the styling. So if you're jumping straight into this section, I'm also going to do a quick rundown of what you need to do in order to just be all set up for this stage of building out the front end, in case if you're just interested in Next.js and want to see how to manage authentication with Next.js using a backend API. So you're going to need to clone the repository where we built out this backend API, and this is using Django. And then I'm going to have a link to the repository for this, and then you're going to have to set up a few things. So first of all, you're going to have to create a virtual environment. You're going to want to activate it. And then inside of that virtual environment, you're going to install all of the requirements, which are in this requirements txt. So this has all of those. And then you're also going to want to set up environment variables. So you're going to want to create a .env.local. And then this is what I have inside of here. So in particular, when we're doing email handling in this application, we're going to be using Amazon's simple email service. So you're going to need to activate that, and you're going to have to verify a sender and receiver email in there. And then you're going to have a user which can manage that, and it's going to have an access key and a secret key, which you're going to be placing here. Then you're also going to have the region, and then you're also going to have the email that's sending. So I'm going to quickly show that. So if you go to aws.amazon.com, you can log in. And you can either log in with a root user, or if you have a user set up like I do, you can also log in with that. So in particular, I have an admin user. And it's typically good practice to have a user that's not the root user that you can log in with. And then in order to do that, if you have a root user, then you can just go to the IAM service. And then from there, you can create an admin user under this users tab. So this is where I have an admin user. So it's just called user. And then this has administrator access as a permission attached to this. And then to do that, you would just go to this add permissions, and you can add permissions and look for this one here. So that's the account I'm logging in with. Now for the simple email service, you can just search for SES. You'll find Amazon Simple Email Service. And then from there, you can go verified identities, and then you're going to want a sender and a receiver email. So this is my sender. This is my receiver, and then you're going to want to verify them. So for these emails, you're going to receive an email, you're just going to click on a link, and that's going to verify you. So I have this email here, which is this johndoe1357915@gmail.com. I also have this one here, johndoe1357933@gmail.com. So those you're going to want to verify. And then after you do that, you're going to go to the SMTP settings, and you're going to create SMTP credentials, which is going to go through a process of creating a user. And then that user you're going to be able to find in the IAM service. And that's going to be under the users. And in my case, this is the user that got generated, and that is what manages this sending of emails with this service. And then after that, you're also going to want to add this particular permission in order to have things to work. And you also might have to go into your security credentials, and you may need to generate a new access key, because I've had issues with the one that gets generated at the beginning. So you might have to delete that one and just create a new one if things aren't working. So that's for the email handling. And then you're also going to take note for the simple email service, the region in which you created this. So in my case, I'm using CA Central 1, so I'm going to need to take note of that. And then back to the IAM service. So with that user, you're going to just grab whatever access key you create, and then you're just going to grab the ID, the secret, and you're just going to plug those in right over here and over here, along with your region and the email that's sending. Now you have to have both the sender and the receiver verified in order for this to work. So if you go to the dashboard for the simple email service, by default, your account is going to be in a sandbox environment, which is why you need the sender and the receiver verified. But once you go to a production version of this, then you won't have to do that. So that's for the email sending. The next step is going to be if you want the Google and Facebook OAuth 2 to work. And then for that to work, you're going to want to adjust these 4 settings here. Now you will need the other environment variables here as well, except those will be the same. So you're going to have development mode of true, you're going to have a Django secret key, and you can just put whatever here. You're going to want debug of true, and then you're going to want domain of localhost 3000, auth cookie secure of false, so that cookies don't require an SSL connection. That's going to be during development mode since we won't have an HTTPS connection. And then you're also going to have your redirect URLs. But as for these settings here, as well as these ones here, you're going to want to change those from what you see here. So for Google and Facebook OAuth, I went extensively into how we set that up, but I'm just going to briefly go over it here as well. So for Google, you're going to want to go to console.cloud.google.com. You're going to have some kind of project, and then from there, you can just go into the APIs and services, credentials, and then you can configure a consent screen. So if you don't have one, it's going to prompt you to do that. And then you can just create credentials for the OAuth client ID, which I have here. You're going to grab that client ID and the client secret, and you're going to plug that here and here. And then you're also going to want to set up a few things in here. In particular, the authorized JavaScript origins. You're going to want to have this and this. And then these are the ones I have in production. In the last part, I do show how to deploy this on DigitalOcean. So if you want to see how to deploy the backend API, then I'd suggest going to that part and skipping to where I deploy. So that's going to be for the Google OAuth 2. So that's all you're going to need. And then for Facebook OAuth 2, you're going to go to developers.facebook.com. You're going to need a Facebook account, which you're going to go over here. And then you're going to create this developer account. You're going to go to My Apps, and then you can create an app. In my case, I have this one. And then you're going to configure it to have Facebook login as a product. So that's what I have here, Facebook login. And then you're going to have some settings there that you can configure. And then you can have valid OAuth redirect URIs. Now, localhost redirect URIs by default, you don't have to put here, unlike we did with Google OAuth 2, like you saw in those settings. So in the development mode, you don't have to configure anything here really. And then for the settings, if we go to the basic settings, this is where you're going to grab your ID and your secret, and those you're going to be plugging in here and here. And then for app domains, you're just going to set up localhost. You're also going to want to set up app roles. So under this roles, you're going to add a tester. And then to add a tester, you just click on this add testers. You can put the Facebook ID. So I have a Facebook account. So in particular, I have another window open here with this account here. This is the one that would be logging into the application with Facebook OAuth 2, and in particular in the URL, when you go to the profile, you'll see that here. So you can just grab that user ID, and you would just plug it in here to add that tester. And then the place where you would see that, because you're originally going to see it as pending when you go to create it. So then this account here, which is the one that's logging in, would just go to developers.facebook.com. And then from there, once you go to My Apps, and then from there, you're going to go to this drop down, and you're just going to see like a notification where you have to accept this request to be a tester, and from there, you're good to go. So that's how you set that up. So if you have all that, then you're pretty much good to go. So I'm going to close this, and then back into the code to run this server. So I'm just going to open up a terminal window. I'm going to navigate into this project. And then I have a virtual environment set up right now. And then you're just going to have to do a Python manage.py migrate. So that's going to be the first thing you run. That's going to migrate everything to your database, which is going to be a SQLite database in development. And then after that, once you run that, you're going to do run server localhost :8000. And that's going to be running the backend. So with that, you're all set up. Now the next step is going to be to have a front-end client, which is going to be able to communicate with this backend API, which has a full authentication system set up. So I'm going to open up a new terminal. And then in here, I'm just going to deactivate this virtual environment. And then I'm going to generate a Next.js project. So if I go to the Next.js documentation, I'm going to be using Next.js 13 with the new app router. This is a new feature in Next.js which uses server components. And then server components are something new to React 18, and then Next.js integrates with that very nicely through this new app router. And then the server components will just render out your components on the server, and then it's going to send out the HTML and minimum JavaScript needed in order to render things out on the client. And then this is as opposed to having a massive JavaScript bundle, which is going to render things out. So this is both SEO friendly and very efficient as well. So it's a very nice feature to have. And then the app router just makes it very easy to work with these server components. So then under here, what you're going to do is you're just going to run the install command. So that's npx create next app at latest. And then after that, you're going to be prompted with a few things. And then maybe when you're watching this video, you might be prompted with some other things, but you're just going to see them listed out here. Since Next.js is something that's constantly evolving. So inside of this terminal window, so I'm going to be in the root right now. And that's where I'm going to run this command. Then I'm going to put the name of my project, which is going to be full-auth. Would I like TypeScript? Yes. ESLint? Yes. Tailwind CSS? I'm going to click yes. Do I want a source directory? I'm going to click no. And then use the app router. I will click yes. And then would you like to customize the default import alias? No, because I'm good with the default one. And then I'm also going to show you what the default one is. So this finished up, so I'm just going to clear. And then if I open this up, and I'm also going to minimize this API folder. And here, if we look at the tsconfig JSON, this is where you can see this default alias. So then you can do this @ and then your folder name, and it's a very easy way to do imports. So we're going to see a lot of examples of that. So you're going to see exactly how that works. It just makes it so you don't have to do like relative paths whenever you want to import things. And then the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to run this. And then that way we can see if everything's working. And then I'm just going to have the server running, and that way I can see anytime I'm writing code, did I make a mistake? And I can just catch that immediately. So first I'm going to navigate into this folder for my client, and then I'm going to do an npm run dev. This is how I run the development environment. And then also one thing just to show you before I do this, the node version I'm using is 18.16.0. So that way if maybe you run into some kind of issue, it could also be you just have an old version of Node. So that's one thing to note. So let's try this out now. I'm going to flip on back. And there we go, it runs, perfect. So now let's set this up for our project, since we do have a big default template there. First thing I'm going to do is inside of here, I'm going to create a styles folder. I'm just going to move this global CSS into that styles folder. And I'm going to remove everything except for these Tailwind imports. And then inside of my layout, we're going to be importing this differently. So now here's going to be the first example of that alias import. So you do @/ and then I can do styles global CSS like this. And then you can also have fonts that you can import. So in this case, there's this inter font from Google, and then this is how that gets set. So they have this constant inter is equal to this inter with the subsets of Latin, and then they just apply it here to the class names. So that's how you can set up these fonts. I'm just going to use this default one since it's a pretty nice font. You can also have metadata, and then the metadata you can have on all your individual pages. So for the title, I'm going to do full auth. It's going to be like my default title. And then the description is going to be full auth application that provides JWT Authentication. And then I'm going to save that. I'm going to get some formatting that's going to happen because of my prettier formatter. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this page.tsx. So this layout, this is going to be a layout on all of the pages. So all of the pages are going to have this HTML with a lang of en. They're going to have the body tag, and this is where the page is going to go. So this is a very nice place where you can create a navbar and a footer. So I'm going to show an example of that. So I'm going to create a components folder inside of full auth. And then inside of there, I'm going to organize things in a particular way. I'm going to have some subdirectories for some common components. And then I can also have some other folders here as well. So one thing in particular is I'm going to have forms inside of this application because I'm going to have like that sign in, the sign up, as well as things like requesting to reset your password. So there's going to be quite a few forms. And then the other thing I might do is also have some utility type components as well. So the navbar and footer in particular, I'll put inside of this common. So it's just a nice nested folder structure that you can have. And there's not really any kind of like best practice way to do this. You can also just have all of your components inside of here without any nested structure, but I like to have some organization. So inside of here, this is where I'm going to create my navbar.tsx and also my footer.tsx. So for the navbar, I'm going to export a default function of navbar. And that's just going to have a nav element with an h1 of navbar. And then I'm going to do something very similar for the footer, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And I'm going to have footer. Then instead of nav, I'm going to put a footer element. And then inside of my layout, I can import these two things. So I can import navbar. And that's going to come from components common navbar. So you can see this import syntax is very nice. I don't have to go like back a directory and then go into components. I can just do this at. And then I can do the same thing for footer. And then I can place my navbar right above here. And then the footer. And then this is where the pages will go. And then I can also have a wrapping div around this, which then I can style a particular way as well. And there we go. And then another thing that you can do to also make these imports even nicer is inside of this common, what I can do is I can create an index.ts. I can export default as navbar from navbar. And then I can also have the same thing for footer. Footer I'll do above. And then what I can do here, instead of importing this way, so I'm going to remove this, and then I can just import footer and navbar like this. So I can just destructure from components common. So it just makes this a little bit nicer and more organized. And then I'm going to go to this page TSX. I'm just going to remove everything inside of here. And then instead of home, I'm just going to call this page. That's how I like to name the page components. Then in there, I'll have my main with an h1 of home page for now. And now let's take a look at how things look. So back in here, now we see our home page. So that's going to be at the slash route. Then because of that layout component, we have the navbar above my page and the footer below the page. And that's going to be the case for all of my pages. So now let's go back and start to configure some things. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my different routes, and then we're going to see how the routes work. So page TSX is how you do your pages. Layout's how you do your layout, and you also have some other options as well for what you can do. And the Next.js documentation does outline these things. So here we have this whole routing section, and then here it kind of goes over some of these things that you can set up. So in the app directory, if we scroll down, we see talking about the page.js, how to do nested routes, and then here's some of the file conventions. So let's say page.js, that's how you create your different routes for your pages. Route.js is if you have API routes. So in our case, we won't have that because we're using Django with the Django REST Framework to manage our API. You can also have a layout. You can also have template, which is similar to layout, and here it shows some of the differences with that. You also have this loading, error, and also not found. And then not found is going to be whatever renders for a not found page. So this just kind of shows you these file naming conventions. So now let's go and use these in action. So the first thing I'll do is inside of my app, I'll create an auth folder. And in here we're going to have a couple things. We're going to have a route of auth/login. We're going to have a route of auth/register. We're also going to have auth/Google and auth/Facebook. Now in the first part, I went over the auth/Google and auth/Facebook routes. So these are the routes that are handling those redirect URIs for Google OAuth 2 and Facebook OAuth 2. And then these are going to handle that post request, which is actually going to create and log you in. And then by create, I mean like create the account using your Google account or Facebook account. And then inside of here, what we need to do to make these routes work is we create a page.tsx and make sure to actually call it page.tsx. And we create that in all of these. So there we go. And then inside of here, I can do export default function page, which is going to return. And then we can have something like, let's say, a main tag with an h1 that says register. This will be for my register page. I'm just going to copy this, go into my login page, change this to be login, go into my Google page, change this to be Google, and go into the Facebook page and change this to be Facebook. And then now we can test this out. So if I go to a route of /auth/register, let's say, I should see my register page. And there we go. We see the layout is putting the navbar and footer above and below my page, and the page itself just has an h1 with text register. Then login will have login. There we go. And then we have Google. And we have Facebook. So as you can see, setting up routing is very easy with Next.js. So if you ever worked with React, you would have things like React Router DOM where you'd have to set up all of this routing, but with Next.js, all you have to do is just have things in the correct folders with the correct file namings, and you have your routing. That's it. It's quite nice. So the next thing I'm going to do is set up the endpoint for the activation route, because we're going to have a route that's going to be activation/the token. That's going to handle activating an account. So inside of here, I'm going to have activation, and then I'm going to have in square brackets UID. So this right here is going to handle a dynamic route. So it'll be activation/something here, which I can extract from the parameter in the URL. And then I'm going to do the same thing with token. So it's going to be activation/UID/token. And then in here is where I'm going to create my page.tsx. This is what's going to handle the activation. And then I'm just going to paste this in here with the text of activation. So this is what I'm going to have here as a placeholder for now. I'm going to minimize some of these things. And then the other routes I'm going to need are for the resetting of the password. So I'm going to create a folder of password-reset. And then inside of here, I'm going to have a page.tsx. This is going to be where I'm going to have a single input element where you put in an email and you can request to reset your password. And then you're going to receive an email with a link. And then that link is going to bring you to another route, which we're also going to have nested inside of here, which is going to be password-reset/the UID, and then /the token within there. So you're going to need this square bracket syntax because these will be dynamic. And then in there, inside of that token folder, I'm going to have my page.tsx. So this is where I'm going to have the two input elements for creating your new password. So you're going to create your new password, you're going to type it in, and you're going to have a confirm password field. You're going to submit, and that's going to reset your password. So that's going to be this page. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste what I had and put request password reset. This will be the temporary page for this. And I'm going to paste this in here. This will be set new password. And then the last pages I'm going to have are for my dashboard. So I'm going to create a dashboard folder. And then within there, I can create a page.tsx. And that's going to have the text of dashboard. So there we go. We have all of our pages set up. And then we have some placeholder pages for each of those routes. So we can even test some of those out. So I made my dashboard route. There we go, we got dashboard. We have activation/some UID/some token. That's going to load up my activation route. Then we have password-reset, request password reset, and then if we do /uid/a token of some kind, we're going to have set new password. So there's all of our routes. I'm going to go back to the home page. So one thing we're going to be setting up in this app is Redux Toolkit along with RTK Query. And then that's what's going to help us with global state management, as well as making our API requests with caching behind the scenes. So I'm going to be showing you how to set those things up. So here I have the documentation for Redux Toolkit, and then we're going to be using this a bit to help us with setting this up. So back inside of my project, I'm just going to minimize a few of these things. I'm going to open up this terminal window. I'm going to stop running my front end. Then I'm going to install some packages. I'm going to npm install save at redux.js/toolkit. I'm going to have react-redux. And then for now, I'm just going to install these two. These are going to be what we need for Redux Toolkit. And then I'm going to run my server again, just to see if there's typos and whatnot. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. And it's also a very nice way to develop, just going kind of back and forth between your application running and seeing the terminal window. And if you ever make a typo, you just catch it right away. So to manage my Redux, I'm going to go inside of full auth and create a folder, which is going to be called Redux. This is where I'm going to do my Redux setup. And I'm going to show you how to do the Redux setup. And then before I do the Redux setup, there's just one quick thing I want to go over with these server components. So when you're using App Router, your components themselves by default are going to be these server components. And then if you don't want them to be server components, what you're going to do is you're going to put a string of use client. So there's somewhere in the documentation that it goes over this. And I'm not sure exactly where it is, so I'm just going to do a search for use client and I might find it. So the use client directive. So this kind of goes over this. So the use client directive is a convention to declare a boundary between a server and client component, and then you just have to put the string of use client anytime you're using a client component. So a client component is going to be anything that uses something like use state, use effect. So those are those like lifecycle hook methods from React. Also, if you have event handling, like handling inputs and also form submissions, anything like that, you're also going to want to have use client. And then I think there's also somewhere where it goes over. Yeah, right here, you can see this. So this is going to be for server components when you want to do things like this. But if you have interactivity, like event listeners, like onClick, onChange, that's where you use the client component. Lifecycle methods, client components. If you have browser-only APIs like local storage and whatnot, you're also going to want client components. Also, if you have custom hooks, which use any like lifecycle hook methods as well as interactivity with event listeners and whatnot, you're also going to want to use these client components. And then there's something additional in our case, which isn't listed here, and that's when you're using Redux Toolkit. So anytime you use something like a hook generated by RTK Query or using a hook like useSelector or useDispatch from Redux Toolkit, you're also going to want that component that's using those things to be a client component. Because if it's a server component, it's not going to work. You're going to get an error. So with that in mind, let's now go through this setup. So inside of my Redux folder, one thing I'm going to need is a store.ts. This is where I'm going to create my Redux store. So I'm going to import configure store in order to help me do that. And then I can export a constant of make store, which is going to be a function I can call, which is then going to configure my store. And then we have to pass some settings. We're going to have our reducer, which I'm just going to leave as an empty dictionary for now, but we're going to be adding things to this reducer option. And then I'm also going to have DevTools, which I'm going to do process.env.node.env doesn't equal production. So if we have our node environment set as production, then we're not going to show the DevTools. Otherwise, we will. And then what's meant by these DevTools is this extension here. So this is a Redux DevTools extension, which you can search up. You have this on Chrome, and I also believe you have this on Firefox. And then it just makes it easy to manage like what's going on when you're using Redux. So then when we're in production, we don't want someone who has this extension to be able to like monitor what's going on. So it's going to be disabled, but in development, it's nice to have. And then after that, I'm also going to export a couple types from here. So I'm going to export a type of app store. So we'll have a return type of make store. I'm also going to export a type of root state. So we'll have a return type of app store, get state. And I'm also going to have an export type for app dispatch, which will be app store and dispatch. So this in particular is for TypeScript, and I'm going to be using these types a little bit later when I set up some hooks. And I guess I can do that now. So these hooks are going to be what I use for things like the useSelector and useDispatch when I'm using TypeScript. And the way that this is going to look is I'm going to import useSelector and useDispatch. That's going to be coming from React Redux. Then I can export a const of useAppDispatch. This is going to be a function. And then I'm going to have to import some of those types. So I'm going to import a type of my root state, which is coming from my store, as well as app dispatch. And then one more thing I'm going to import is a type of typed useSelector hook from React Redux. And then this useAppDispatch is going to be appDispatch, which is equal to useDispatch. So now anytime I want to do useDispatch, so typically when you don't use TypeScript, you would just import this useDispatch from React Redux, and then you could dispatch your action creators. But with TypeScript, instead we're going to be using this right here, which we're going to be importing from our Redux hooks. And that will just give us some typing when we're doing dispatch. And then I'm also going to export a const of useAppSelector. This will be my typed useSelector hook with root state equal to useSelector. So then typically without TypeScript, we would just import useSelector, and then we can use any global state that we have in our Redux store. But with TypeScript, instead we're going to be using this right here, and that's going to give us some typing when we do our useSelectors. So I'm going to close that up. And then the next thing I'm going to work on is my provider. So my provider is what's going to end up going inside of my app layout, and that's going to be wrapping this stuff here. And then that provider I need in order to provide my global Redux state to the children components to it. So inside of my Redux folder, I'm going to create a provider.tsx. And then this is going to be an example of a client component. So at the top, I'm going to have to do use client. And that is because this is going to be the provider from React Redux, and we're going to be using it inside of our layout. So we need to have this use client, otherwise we're going to get issues. I'm going to import my make store function from my store. I'm going to import the provider component from React Redux. And then we're going to export a default function of my custom provider. That's going to have children. And then to not have TypeScript issues with this, I'm going to create an interface of props, which will have children. And that's going to be react.react node. And then this props I'm going to pass as a type to this right here, which is my props I'm destructuring. So I'm destructuring children. And now I have the correct TypeScript typing, so it doesn't complain. And then I can return my provider, which is going to have store equal to make store, which I'm going to be calling. And then between here, I'll have children. So I'll save that. And then to use my provider, I just go to my layout TSX. And then right over here, I'm going to import provider. And it's not going to be the one from React Redux. Instead, it's going to be the one from Redux/provider. And then I'm going to grab this, and I'm just going to wrap these components with my provider. There we go. And then also one additional thing I'm noticing, which I also want to quickly do, is also import a type of metadata, which is coming from Next, and just apply that to this thing here, since I am using TypeScript, so it's good to put on the type here. So with that, I'm going to close some of this stuff up. And I'm going to continue with some configuration for Redux, because right now we have our store, but we don't have any reducers set up. So let's get started on that. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to create a folder in here called features. And in here, I'm going to set up an API slice, which is going to have some kind of global state that I want access to. And I'm going to call this authSlice.ts. And then to create a slice, I'm going to import create slice, just coming from Redux.js/toolkit. And then in here, I'm going to create some initial state. That'll be my object. And I'm going to have two pieces of global state. One will be is authenticated, and that by default will be false. So this is what I'm going to use to see whether a user is logged in or not. And then based on this, I can do various things, like let's say show either a sign in and a sign up button, or a dashboard and a log out button on the navbar. Or I could do things like, let's say if someone's trying to access the dashboard and they're not logged in, we can redirect them. It's a way to also easily have protected routes. So that's what I'm going to be using this particular piece of state for. And another one I'm going to have is loading, which by default will be true. So this is loading. This is going to be our initial state of our app where it's loading. And in particular, this is going to be used in conjunction with our verify endpoint. So with our JWT authentication, our verify endpoint is something we can use to see, do we have a valid access token? So in particular, when someone refreshes the page, if they're logged in, we want to keep them logged in. We don't want to have them lose their authentication state. So the way we can do that is we're going to have the access token in their cookies when they log in. When they refresh the page, we're going to use that cookie, send it in a verify request. That access token will be passed along in that verify request and the cookies. We're going to verify, is this person logged in? And then if they are, we're going to say yes, they're logged in. This right here is going to be flipped to false because we finished loading, and they're going to be authenticated. And then in particular, we will need this because when we hit authorized routes, like let's say if we hit a dashboard route where someone needs to be authenticated, by default, this is going to be false. That verify request is going to be asynchronous. It's going to take some time. So we need something to tell that route to be like, hey, you need to wait until we see whether this person is verified. And then once we figure that out, then we're going to decide, can you view the dashboard or do you need to get redirected to like a login page? So that is the point of this piece of state here. So hopefully that clarifies what we need here for our global state. I'm also going to create an interface called authState. In here, I'm going to have is authenticated, which is a Boolean. And I'm going to have my is loading, which is also a Boolean. And then I can just do as authState to this initial state, just to have some TypeScript typing. Because if we are using TypeScript, we might as well use its features. And then I'm going to do my authSlice creation. So I'm going to make it constant authSlice equal to create slice. And then here we're going to pass some configuration options. This is going to have a name of auth. So all of our slices need to have a name. They're also going to have the initial state that they start off with. And we're also going to set up the reducers. And then based on what we set up for the reducers, we're also going to have action creators that also get created through this create slice. So we don't have to separately create action creators and separately create reducers. This create slice will do both for us. And then you'll see that in a moment. So we're going to have inside of here set auth. And then we're going to have state arrow function. And then we'll do state.isAuthenticated equals true. And then the way that Redux Toolkit works is that unlike traditional Redux where you have to create a new object or you return a new sort of state, and here we can directly access state.isAuthenticated and set it equal to true because we have a package called immer behind the scenes, which is going to be doing things properly with Redux, which is create a brand new state. So don't just mutate the current state directly. So immer behind the scenes is going to sort of do these operations, but when we're using this create slice, we can do it like this, which is sort of a convenience thing for us. And in particular, that's really nice, especially if you have like nested sort of states, like state 1, which is like an object, state 2, which is an object. With traditional Redux, you'd have to use a lot of spread operators and whatnot whenever you have to adjust the Redux state. But because of immer, we can conveniently just access pieces of states directly. Then we're also going to have logout. And then this will have state arrow function. And then also here, another thing you can have is state and action. But I'm just doing state because that's the only thing I need. So I'm just doing state arrow function. But if you were to have also the action, you could do like action dot payload. So sometimes you're going to have action creators which have a payload. So that's where you would use like a second argument. But in our case, we don't have that. So we're just using state. And then what this is going to do is just set state.isAuthenticated to false. And then finally, I'm going to have one final one, which is finish initial load. And this will set state.isLoading to false. So we're going to dispatch this. Once our verify is complete, that's going to flip the state to false so that we can see, let's say on a protected route like our dashboard, okay, we finished verifying. Now let's check if this user is authenticated. So if the verification failed, they're not authenticated. If it worked, they are. They can view this route. So that's how that's going to work. And then in here, right now, in order to export my action creators, what I can do is export const. And this is going to come from my authSlice.actions is where I can grab the action creators. And they're going to have the same names as what we set up here in this reducers. So we're going to have a set auth action creator, a logout action creator, and a finish initial load action creator. And then on top of that, I'm also going to have a default export, and that's going to be for the reducer. So you do export default authSlice.reducer. So now that I have a default export for my reducer, what I can do is now go back to my store, and I can use that here. So the way I do that is I go here, have my default export of authSlice, and then I can grab that, go into this reducers. I'm going to have auth, which is going to be my auth. Actually, I meant to do auth reducer, not authSlice, because remember my default export is the reducer itself. So then it's just more appropriate to have a name of auth reducer. It would still work with something like authSlice, but I just want a name that makes sense. My default export is the reducer of the slice. So I want this to have the name of auth reducer. Then in here, I have this key of auth, which is my auth reducer, which means that once I use things like my use app selector hook, then when I have something like state arrow function state, I can do .auth. And then in there, I can access my different Redux states that have to do with this auth slice. So things like my is authenticated and is loading. And we can see that TypeScript is auto-filling these for me, which is quite nice. So there we go. Now, the next thing that we're going to work on is setting up RTK Query. Now, RTK Query has a very nice feature of re-authorization, which we're going to be using in this app, and we're going to see how to configure that. And then what that's going to do is anytime that we get some kind of 401 status code, which is like 401 unauthorized. So if we hit an authorized route and we're not authenticated, we will get a 401. And then what this reauthorization is going to do for us is it's going to hit our refresh endpoint, which is going to get us a new access token. And we're automatically going to retry that endpoint, which we were unauthorized to hit previously. So if we hit the refresh endpoint and we have a refresh token, we'll get back an access token. And when we retry, it's going to work. So this is a very nice way because like right now, let's say our access tokens, they expire every 5 minutes. So we don't want to have to log in every 5 minutes. So this reauthorization is going to see anytime we get a 401, let's get a new access token. Let's retry that request, which we were unauthorized for and that failed. And now it's going to work. But of course, if our refresh token expires, then this reauthorization isn't going to work. But our refresh tokens, they expire after a day, so that's fine. So with that in mind, I'm going to go to the Redux Toolkit documentation. Then what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to search for this. I'm going to search for reauthorization. So here we have a whole section on automatic re-authorization. So this is something that extends fetch base query. So that's something that you set up when you want to use Redux Toolkit with RTK Query. But we want to extend this thing with this whole re-authorization functionality. Now there's this automatic reauthorization example in TypeScript that you can follow here, but we also have another version which uses this async mutex, and what this does is it prevents multiple calls to your refresh endpoint when multiple calls fail with a 401 unauthorized error. So this is a nice thing that I'm going to also include, so I'm going to be using this example here. Now for this example to work, we're going to have to install this async mutex package. So I'm going to go open this up, stop running my server, and I'm going to do an npm install for async mutex. So there we go, small package that installed quickly, and I'm going to rerun my dev server. And then inside of my Redux folder, I'm going to create a services folder, and then inside of there, I'm going to create an API slice TS file. And this is where I'm going to set up this reauthorization with the base fetch query. So I'm just going to copy the code that's in here, and we're going to modify it to work with our app. So back in here, I can paste this, and I'm just going to click save to do some reformatting. So the first thing I need to do is here they have this token received and logged out. These are not the action creators that we're using. So I'm going to be modifying this. Instead, I'm going to have set auth and logout, and that's going to be coming from my features auth slice. So those are those action creators, which I'm exporting from here. We also have our mutex. We have some types imported here to have some typing with TypeScript. We have fetch base query, which is coming from here, and I can also bring that in from the query React path here. And then one thing I'm going to be modifying, here we have this const base query, and this is setting up this base URL. Now when we're running in development, what we're going to do is we're going to have Next.js running on localhost 3000 and our API on localhost 8000. So this right here is a relative path, which means by default, it's going to add the current domain here when it makes requests, but we don't want that. We want it to go to localhost 8000, which is a cross-domain request. And also in production, it's going to be a cross-domain request as well. So to set up this path here and to make it convenient for setting this for both development and production, inside of my full auth folder, I'm going to create a .env.local. I'm just going to set up some environment variables here. I'm going to have a host name of localhost. I'm going to have a port of 8000, and then next public host of HTTP : / my host name : my port. So when I use this environment variable here of next public host, that's going to be my localhost 8000, which is my backend API that's running right now. And then also in production, it's pretty easy to configure this as well. I just have to set this to be my production API URL, which in my case would be the https : api.linkedwebapptesting.info. And then I'm also prepending this with next public so that this environment variable is exposed to the browser, which is something that I need. And then back in here, instead of these quotes, I can use backticks. So the backticks are that button right above your tab key. And then I can bring in my process.env.nextPublicHost and then /API. So with RTK Query, this is going to be my base URL. It's always going to be localhost 8000 /API. And then I can do whatever I need, like /JWT/create/ or /JWT/refresh/ whatever it is. But this is going to be my base URL. Then one more thing I need to have here is a setting of credentials include. So what this is going to do is it's going to attach cookies automatically in my requests, which I need for my access and refresh tokens, because when we log in, they're going to be set as cookies in my browser, and I need this to be set. And then we also configured our backend API to also make this work. It's something I mentioned during the section of creating that backend API, But our backend API, what it's going to do is it's going to have a cross-origin allow credentials header, which is going to be included in the response. And it's also going to have the cookies set with some properties, which is also going to allow for these cross-origin requests to work. On top of that, we have things like the CORS headers, which are also included. We have things like the same site flag, which is set to none. So all of these things we configured on our backend so that these cross-origin requests will work with the cookies being sent along. But here with the AJAX requests, one thing we do need is credentials include for it to also work when we're sending these requests off from the client. So with that, we're going to go down. We have some types set up here. We have the arguments. We have some comments, which we don't need. So this is where we do the whole mutex waiting for an unlock. And then we have if we get an error and we get a 401 unauthorized. Then we're going to do this mutex check for if we're not locked. Then we're going to go ahead, go through this, and then after it's done, we're going to release the lock. I'm going to remove some of these comments. And then this is where we do this request for our refresh endpoint. Now, our refresh endpoint is going to look different than this. So I'm going to remove this part. Instead, I'm going to have an object here, which is going to have my URL, which is going to be localhost 8000/API, which is my base URL, and then /JWT/refresh/. So don't forget that trailing slash. And then I'm going to have my method be post. So there we go. This is going to be how I do my refresh. And then if this was successful, then we're going to API dispatch set auth. And that's not going to take any arguments, so I'm just going to remove that. And then if this wasn't successful, then I'm going to dispatch my logout. There we go. I'm just going to remove some of these comments to clean this up. And now this is configured to work with our particular app. Now there is one final thing I have to do here, which is I'm going to import create API. I'm going to use this. So right at the bottom, I'm going to export const API slice, which is equal to my create API import. This is going to have a reducer path, which is going to be API. It's going to have a base query, which in my case is going to be this, what I set up here. It's going to be my base query with the re-auth. So I'm going to paste that in here. And I'm also going to have my endpoints, which will be builder, arrow function, and then for now, I'm going to do it like this. And actually, not even for now, this is how it's going to be. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a way where you can inject endpoints to this, which is quite convenient. So I don't have to have all of my endpoints in this file. I can have separate files which inject the endpoints here. So that's something we're going to go into. So I'm going to close this for now, then go to my store. And then in my store, to use this, first of all, I'm going to import that API slice. So import API slice from services API slice. And then in my reducers, I'm going to have API slice dot reducer path, which is that API string that I set up. That's going to be API slice dot reducer. There we go. With that, now we have RTK Query, which is also configured for us. The only thing left to do is have the endpoints. So the endpoints is going to be the next thing that I tackle. So under features, I'm going to create a new folder called auth API slice.ts. And this is where I'm going to create my API slice, where I'm going to inject those endpoints. So I'm going to have to import my API slice, which is what we just created here. And then from there, I can do const auth API slice is equal to my API slice dot inject endpoints. So this is how I can inject endpoints so that I don't have to configure them here. So that way, if I had like multiple files or if I had like nested folders with many files, I don't want to have all of my endpoints just here. I want to have a sort of nice configuration where I can have each file responsible for endpoints related to a specific thing. Like in this case, authentication. If I had like an e-commerce app, maybe I want to have endpoints related to things like products or managing a cart or whatever it might be. So what I do in here in this configuration object, I can put endpoints. This is going to be builder, arrow function, and this here. So this, you might notice, looks very similar to what we have here. So we do have to put this here, but we're going to be injecting them like this. So it's just going to give us a bit of separation of concerns. And then to set up these endpoints, what we do is we can create, let's say, a retrieve user endpoint, and then we can do builder.query. So you can set up both queries and mutations. So queries are going to be when we get some data. Mutations are going to be when we do things like post requests, put requests, and we send the data along. And then you're going to have query, and then the endpoint. So we have the base endpoint, which is localhost 8000/API. And then we're going to add to that /users/me/. So this right here, if you remember, is the endpoint for retrieving our user. And it doesn't take any like special parameters or anything, because what you can do here is you can pass arguments, and then you can use those arguments like if you have some kind of dynamic endpoint, but in this case we don't, so it's just going to be set up like this. And then from there what we can do is we can export a const of use retrieve user query, which is going to come from our auth API slice. So this is going to be a hook that gets generated based on the name we have here. So it's going to have use before, and then this first R right here is going to get capitalized, and then we're going to have it end in query. Then the mutations are going to do something very similar, except they're going to end in the word mutation. So this all gets generated based on what we pass here. So then with that, what we can do is we can set up the rest of our endpoints, and then once we have that, we just have this all set up and we can freely use these hooks. So this is pretty quick to set up, which is why I think it makes sense to just go through this. So next I'm going to have my Google Authenticate. And then this is going to be an example of setting up a mutation. So here, when we did the query, we did builder.query. Now we're going to do builder.mutation. And then we're going to have query in here. And then you're going to notice that when we did our query, we had query in here. We also have query in here, even though we did this builder.mutation. So the query is like the query that we're making. And then within here, we're going to have the URL. So in our case, we're going to have a URL, which is going to be /o/our provider, which is Google-OAuth2. And then /?state, which is equal to our state, and code, which is equal to our code, which I'm going to set up in a bit. Next, we're going to have the method, which is going to be a post request. I'm going to set up my headers. I'm going to have an accept header, which will be application JSON. And then I'm also going to have a content type, which in this case isn't going to be application JSON, but instead it's going to be application/x-www-form-url encoded. That is what this endpoint expects to receive. So this is sort of a different kind of post request where we're passing this data then in the URL instead of like in the body of the request. So that's just the way that this works. And then from there, we're going to be passing some arguments. And in particular, we're going to want to pass the state and the code that we want to put here. So in this example, we saw when you don't have anything, it's just a URL that doesn't have anything dynamic in it. But this is one that does have something dynamic in it, and that is the state and code. So we can put in state and code. And then one thing to note here with Redux Toolkit, when you want to have multiple parameters, you can't do it like this. Because this first parameter is going to be your arguments. The second parameter is going to be something completely different. So when we want to have multiple parameters, what we actually have to do is we have to have this in an object, like so. And then from there, I can use my state. And then in order to embed this, I'm going to use an interpolated string. So instead of these quotes, I'm going to have my backticks. And then instead of the state, I'll have $ curly brace state. And instead of code, $ curly brace code. And then one additional thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to wrap these in a function called encode URI component. And this is just a JavaScript function which makes these URLs safe. So if you have any sort of characters that aren't URL safe, like let's say spaces, it's just going to encode those. So if you had a space character, that's going to be encoded to something like %20 or whatever. I'm going to wrap this as well. And then I'm just going to save so that this gets reformatted. Now we're also going to have Facebook Authenticate. And then Facebook Authenticate is pretty much going to look the exact same except for this provider. So because that's the only difference, one thing that we can actually do to make this better is instead of calling this Google Authenticate, I can just call this like Social Authenticate, and I can just pass an extra argument of the provider. And then the provider is just what's going to go here. So this is just the way that I can have a little bit more reusability. Then inside of here, this is the way that my mutation hook is going to look. So I can do use social, and then here I get this auto completion with TypeScript. So use social authenticate mutation. So now I have this hook, which is generated as well based on the name I provided here and the fact that this is a mutation. So I'm going to save that. And then next, I'm going to set up my login. This is also going to be a mutation, so builder.mutation with my query. And then to log in, I'm going to expect an email and a password. Now remember to pass these in a single argument as an object. And then I'm going to return an object. By the way, that's what this syntax means. This is the equivalent of me doing this. But instead of doing that, it's just nicer to have this right here. So that's the way that I do this, just to return the object. And then in here, I'm going to have my URL. So my URL to log in is localhost 8000/API/JWT/create/. And that's going to put my access and refresh tokens in my HTTP only cookies. This is going to have a method of post. And in this case, I'm going to have a body that I send with email and password. And then all I have to do after that is export my hook, which is use login mutation. And I'll save that just to have this reformatting. And then after login, I'm going to have register, which is going to be pretty similar. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it. I'm going to call this register. It's going to be builder.mutation. And then to register, I'm going to have a first name, last name, email, password, and re-password. Then I just have to pass those in the body. So first name, last name, email, password, and re-password. And then, by the way, you can also make this much smaller. You can do something like args, and then your body is just those args. And then you can maybe have some like TypeScript typing where maybe you have like a user. But the way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to have it be explicit like this so I can see the exact fields that are being passed to this. I just like it being formatted this way. And then also one thing to note with the typing. So what I can actually do with something like my retrieve user is I can create an interface of user. What I expect to receive is a first name, last name, and email. And then I can use this user in conjunction with this. And then the way I do that is after this query, I can have a less than and greater than sign, put in user and void. And that's going to give me typing when I retrieve my user, and then I get that data. I'm going to be able to just have TypeScript autofill like first name, last name, and email for me. And then another thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to add some typing to the social authenticate. So I'm going to add another interface here, which is going to be my social auth args. I'm going to have a provider, which is going to be string, state, which is a string, and code, which is a string. And I'm also going to have an interface for my create user response, which I'll have success, which is a Boolean, and user, which is my user. So this in particular is going to be for my OAuth requests. And then what I can do is right here, I can have my less than greater than sign, have my create user response and my social auth args. And that's just going to add some TypeScript typing to this. So after my register, I'm going to create my verify endpoint. And that's also going to be a mutation. So I'm just going to copy this register and paste it. I'm going to call this verify. It's going to be builder mutation. And then the verify, it's not going to be taking any arguments. So I'm just going to delete all of these. And then it's also not going to have anything in the body. So I'm also going to remove this. And then the endpoint is going to be to JWT/verify/. So that's for the verify. And then I can export my use register mutation as well as my use verify mutation, just to have those here. And then after verify, I'm going to do my logout. So I'm going to copy this and paste. This is going to be my logout, which is also a mutation. And then that's not going to take in any arguments, and that's just going to hit my /logout/route and make sure to have that trailing slash. And then I'm just going to export that, use logout mutation. And then after logout, I'll have my activation, which is going to be a mutation as well. So to make that easier, I'll just paste this and put in activation. So that'll be my builder.mutation. And then to activate, I need a UID and a token. So in an object, I'll have UID and token. And then this right here is going to be an interpolated string. So I'm going to use the backticks. And then that'll be /users/ actually, it won't be an interpolated string. It'll be a normal string. And I'm going to have /users/activation/. So again, the trailing slash. And then in the body of the request, I'll have the UID and the token. And then also, by the way, RTK Query is going to handle JSON stringifying these, so I don't have to do anything like JSON.stringify. That's handled behind the scenes. And then after that, I'm going to export my activation mutation. And then after activation, I'm going to have my reset password, which is also a mutation. I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to call this one reset password. So this is going to be the one that requests a password reset. So the only thing I need for that is to receive an email. And because it's only one argument, I'm not going to have that in an object. I'm just going to have it like so. And then the endpoint for that is users/reset_password/. That's going to be a post request, and that's just going to receive the email. And then finally, actually, I'm going to also export this. So use reset password mutation and just one final endpoint to set up. And that's going to be for my reset password confirm endpoint. And that is going to receive the new password, the renew password, the UID, and the token. So I'll do UID, token, and then new password and renew password. And then all of these I'm going to expect to be received in the body. And then as for the endpoint, it's going to be users/reset_password_confirm/. And then the last thing I have to do is export this. So use reset password confirm mutation. And I'll save that. And there we go. I'm going to zoom out for a second just so that I can go through this whole file. So this right here is all of our endpoints for authentication that we're going to need set up in our app so that we can very conveniently use these. So we got our retrieve user, social authenticate, login, register, verify, logout, activation, reset password, and reset password confirm. So very easy to set these up and have caching happen behind the scenes. So now the next exciting part is going to be actually using these. So I'm going to close these up, and then we're going to see how to actually use these. So I think a pretty good place to start is going to be with our register page, just so that way we can create a page that we can actually test out. So under this auth register page, this is where I'm going to set up my register page. And then to make the creation of this page easier, what I can do is I can go to the Tailwind documentation, and I can go to this components. And this is going to bring me to the Tailwind UI documentation. Now, Tailwind UI is a sort of paid service, but there are some free samples that you can use here, which is kind of nice. So if I go down, one thing that I can look for, we also have 404 page, which is handy, and that's something we're going to use. And then anytime you see this lock, that means that you have to pay to access these. But when you don't see a lock, that means that there's some components there that you can use. And then one that I'm interested in, just to make creating this sign in and register convenient, is under this forms, we have sign in and registration. So I'm going to click on that. And then this first one here, I can actually get the code for. Now the ones after that, you actually have to pay for, but I do have access to this one. So just to make creating this right here a lot easier, I'm just going to use the code that's provided. And then we have HTML, but you also have React and Vue. So I'm going to click on React. And then that way I can grab whatever code is in here. So the JSX is what I'm going to copy. And then once I have that copied, I'll go back to my code. And I'm just going to paste that in here and then save to reformat. So with that, if we go back to our application and we navigate to /auth/login, let's see what happens. And then actually it's not my login, it's my register. So there we go. We now have on our register all of this created. And then of course we have to edit this. So let's do that. So first thing I'm going to do, just going to adjust this alt text to be the company of full auth. And then for the text, it's going to be sign up and then for an account. So sign up for an account. And then we're going to have a couple more fields in here. And we're also going to want some management for the form. So in particular here, they have this action method. That's not something I'm going to have. I'm going to have an onSubmit handler. And let's start setting this up. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. And then this is going to be for my first name. This is going to have an HTML4 of first_name, an ID of first name, a name of first name, a type of text. And then I'm going to remove this autocomplete. And then I'm going to grab this class name. I'm going to cut it, and I'm just going to place it higher up just because I like having the ID and then the class name. And then I'm going to remove the rest of these. So there we are. I'm going to leave this button. And then this button is going to have the text of sign up in my case. And then I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it, I'm going to have a last name. So this right here is going to have last name for my HTML4, for my ID and the name. And then I'm going to have my email. This will have text of email address. This will have email for the HTML4, the ID, and the name. And it'll be a type of email. And then we're going to need our password. This will have password for all of these, the HTML4, the ID, name, and type. And then we're also going to have the confirm password. So this is going to have re_password for the HTML4, the ID, and the name. The type will still be password. So I'm going to save that. Let's see where we're at. So there we go. We have a more proper looking form. So now going back to my code, the next thing I have to do is have some state management. So to do that, I'm going to need to import use state from React. And because I'm using a lifecycle method, I'm going to have to put use client at the top here to make this a client component. And then here, I'm going to have my const form data and set form data, which is going to be use state. And then in here, I'm going to have my different fields for registering, like the first name, which by default will be empty, last name, email, password, and re-password. So I'm just going to fill these out. So last name, email, password, and re-password. Then I'm going to destructure these fields from my form data. So first name, last name, email, password, and re-password. And then the reason why I'm destructuring them is because each of these input fields is going to need a value and an onChange handler. So this one here, the first name, is going to have a value of first name, which is that value I destructured. And that was destructured from the form data. Last name, same thing, except here we're going to have last name. And then email address, we'll have the email. Then we're going to have the value of password and the value of re-password. So this is how you handle forms in React. And then I'm going to have a function, which I'm going to call onChange. This will take an event. And then what this will do is set my form data. And it's only going to set one of the fields here. So my form data right now is an object. So what I can do is I can do the spread operator on form data. And then I can just adjust one of the values based on the value that a person's typing in the input. So I can do that with event target name, which is event target value. So then this right here, event target name, is either going to be first name, last name, email, password, or re-password. And then the value is going to be the value that someone's typing, and that'll be adjusting the actual string value on the right here. So that's the way that's going to work. And right now I'm getting an error with TypeScript. So what I need to do is pass a change event. I'm going to put that as a type. And I'm going to put in as a generic type HTML and then input element. And that's going to get rid of that. And then I can also further clean this up by destructuring from the event target. I can destructure name and value, and then I can just pass those in directly here. So I can just have in the square brackets the name and value. And now that I have this onChange, I can go to my different inputs, and then say above the value, I can put onChange is my onChange function, which automatically is going to have the event sent along as that argument. So I'm just going to copy this and put it in each of these. And one more. So there we go. Now we have the onChange and the value. So now our form should work, at least for the typing aspect of it. So now if we go here and we click, one thing you're going to notice, there is no cursor. So something that we have to actually do is install a particular package in Tailwind and set it up as a plugin. And that's going to be the Tailwind form package. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm going to stop running things, and I'm going to do an npm install for @tailwind css/forms. So that's going to install that. And then the next thing I have to do is open up my Tailwind config.js, and then we have this plugins section here. So what I want to pass in this plugins is a require for @tailwind css forms. And then after that, I can rerun my dev server. I'm going to close that up, go back to my code, and then if I refresh, the form should be good. So there we go. Now we see that we actually have the cursor, and I can also type, and this is going to be saved in that state. And then another thing I want to do is just get rid of this text at the bottom as well. Actually, instead of getting rid of it, I actually want to more adjust it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this text. It's going to be already have an account, and then you're going to log in. And instead of an anchor tag, I'm going to bring in link. That's coming from next link. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to use the link tag here instead. That's going to have an href going to /auth/login. And I'm going to have this styling. And then instead of this text here, I'm going to have login here. So there we go. So if I go back, now we have this text instead. So if I already have an account, I can click this, and that'll bring me to the login page. Now, the next thing I'm going to tackle is our form submission. So right now we have a form where we can type in the elements, and the state is going to be stored. but I need to handle my submit. So I'm going to create an onSubmit handler function. We'll take an event, and this is going to be supplied to my form. That is going to have an onSubmit, which is going to use my onSubmit handler function, and by default, I'm going to have the event get passed to this. So I don't have to specifically pass the event like this and then into here as an argument. I can just pass it like so. And then TypeScript is going to complain. So what I need to do is import my form event, pass that as a type, and I'm also going to have a generic value of HTML form element. And then by default, when we submit a form, it's going to refresh the page. So I'm going to do event.preventDefault and call that in order to prevent that default behavior. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use that hook that we set up with RTK Query to register. So at the top here, I'm going to import my use register mutation. And then this is how we can use that. So at the top, I can do const register is equal to my use register mutation, and I can call that. And then I can use this register. This is going to be my function to actually register. And then on top of that, I can also grab some other values. And then I can do that here inside of this options. So I have things like is loading, is success, is error, and a couple other things. But in particular, I'm interested in is loading. And then that way, when we go to submit our form, we can either show that button, which we have right here, or I can show some kind of spinner, which is something we're going to set up a little later. And then inside of here, now that I have that register, I can call it, and then I can pass the arguments, which we're going to pass in an object, because remember, it has to be passed as one argument, so we do that with an object. And then in there, I'm going to have all of these values. So I need the first name, last name, email, password, and repassword. And then after that, I can chain on a .unwrap and call that, which from there, we can have a then handler and also a catch handler that we can chain on here. So if this register is successful, what I want to do is I want to show some kind of toast message that shows, hey, this was successful, you registered your account, now you need to activate it, and then I also want to reroute them to the login page. If it wasn't successful, then I want to have some kind of toast message that says there was an error. So to handle this sort of like toast alert thing, I'm going to install another package to help me with this. So I'm going to stop running this. I'm going to do an npm install for React Toastify. So there we go. And now I'm going to rerun and then close that up. And then the next thing I'm going to do is instead of my components utils, I'm going to create a sort of like setup type component, which is going to set up this toast container. So the way that this works is you need a sort of like toast container component in your app. And then from there, you can import this toast function, which you can do things like toast.success and toast.error, which you call. And then that's going to use the toast container to display like a success toast and an error toast. So this is how it's going to look. I'm going to import my toast container. And then I'm going to export default function setup. And then from there, I can return my toast container. And then I'm also going to quickly go to the documentation for React Toastify. So inside of here, it's going to show you kind of like what these toasts look like, what you have to install, and then also one line here that you have to set up. So you have your toast container, and you also have toast, which you can use from here. And then one thing I want to do in this setup is have this import as well, and that's going to be for the styling of the toast. So back in here, in my setup component, I'm going to paste this in here. And then I'm also going to create an index.ts, and I'm just going to export default as setup from setup. And then what I can do is inside of my layout, I can import this setup component from components utils. And then within the provider, I can just have the setup component, which is going to be my toast container. So now that I have that, I can bring in the toast from React Toastify, and I can do things like toast.success. So toast.success along with a message as an argument. And I can also do things like toast.error along with the message. And that's going to go display that toast message with either the success styling or the error styling. So in the case of a success, I'm just going to have the text of please check email to verify account. And in the case of an error, I'm going to say failed to register account. And this is going to tell the user there was some kind of issue. Now the other thing I want to do is redirect the user to the login page. To do that, I'm going to import use router. And then by default, it's going to do this next router import, but I don't want to do it from next router. I want it from next navigation. So that's the way this is going to work when you're using Next.js 13 with the app router. And then here at the top, I can do const router is use router. And then with the router, when we're successful, I can do a router.push to /auth/login. So there we are. Now, one thing inside of this page that we have is we brought in this is loading to show a spinner, but right now we're not using that. So what I'm going to do is inside of my common folder, I'm going to create a spinner.tsx component, and then I'm going to create my spinner here. And then this is something I'm going to be able to reuse in my other components. I'm going to export default function spinner, and that's going to return some kind of spinner JSX component. So the way I'm going to handle this is I'm just going to have some kind of icon which is in the shape of a spinner, and then I'm going to use Tailwind CSS in order to apply an animation that's just going to be rotating it, and that way it's going to look like a spinner. So to grab the spinner, what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a particular package which is called React Icons. And then here you have a bunch of different icons that you can use. One that I'm going to use to help me accomplish this is the IM spinner. And then I'm going to use the IM spinner 3, which is this one right here. So first of all, we need to install this package. I'm going to stop running my server, npm install save react-icons. And then within here, you have icons from all sorts of places like Font Awesome, let's say, or hero icons, or whatever you want is all in here. And then the way that I can use these, so I'm going to actually rerun my dev server, minimize that terminal, and then at the top, I'm going to import that icon. So import im spinner 3 from react-icons/im. And then from there, inside of here, I can have a div with a role of status. And then I can put in my im spinner 3. And then I'm going to be setting up the class name. And then I want to be able to pass a couple options to this thing. So I want to be able to pass options to make this like a small spinner, a medium spinner, or a large spinner. So in order to accomplish that, I'm going to install another package. So I'm going to stop running this and do an npm install save class names. That's the name of this package. And this works in conjunction with Tailwind CSS very nicely, and you're going to see that in a second. So what I can do is I can import a default import of, let's say, cn from class names. And then from there, I can do const class name is equal to a call to this class names function. And then I can pass in some default styling along with some optional type styling, which will be based on different conditions. So this spinner component, I'm going to expect it to get some different kinds of props. So if I pass like small or medium or large to this thing, I want it to be styled in different ways. So when I'm using this component, I want it to be used something like this, where I can just pass something like SM, and that's going to be a small spinner or a medium spinner or a large spinner like so. And then to accomplish that, first I'm going to fix this TypeScript issues. So So I'm going to create an interface for props, which will have small, which is a Boolean, and it's going to be optional. And this should be SM. I'm going to have medium, which is also Boolean, and large, also a Boolean, all optional. And then I can pass in the props type here. That'll get rid of the TypeScript issues. And then here, what I can have is if I have small, which is truthy, then I'm going to apply the styling of width -4 and height -4. That's going to be for a small spinner. And then I can also have a medium and a large spinner. So this package right here makes it very convenient for me to have conditional type styling. And this should be large. So that I'm going to have width -6 is going to get applied if I have medium set. And then I'm going to have -8 for the width and height if I have large passed to this. And then this class name, I can just pass to this here. And there we go. And then I'm also going to have some default class names in order to have this thing spinning. So the Tailwind class for that is animate-spin. I can have text white 300, fill-white 300, and have a little bit of margin to the right, let's say. And there we go. Now we have a spinner component. And another thing I can do is have a span with a class name of sr-only, which is going to be loading. So that way, if this doesn't work, then we're going to have the text of loading be like a default backup. And then from there, I can go back here. I can import my spinner. And then I can go down to my button. And then here we can have some conditional checks. So now what I can do is I can check if I'm loading. And actually, I'm not going to have this here, but I'm going to have it here. So if is loading, in that case, I'm going to show my spinner, and I'm going to want it to be a small spinner. Otherwise, I'm going to have the text of sign up. And there we go. That is now our complete register page. So now we can test things out. So back inside of here, if I were to fill out the first name, the last name, the email, which is my receiver email, and the password I want to set. Now this may fail because actually I didn't clear my database. So that's actually something I'm going to have to do now that I think about it, because in the previous part I didn't do that. So the way you can clear a database if you have data in there, is you can do a python manage.py flush on your backend server. You're going to do yes, and that's just going to clear the data. And then I'm going to rerun this. And then from there, I can submit this request. So when this is loading, I should see a spinner. And then either I'm going to see a toast of success and get redirected to the login page, or I'm going to see an error. So here we go, moment of truth. Let's see if this works. Looks like I had some kind of issue. Okay, so the reason why things aren't working is that we forgot to set up some middleware in our store. So that's something that we actually have to go do. So I'm going to go into Redux Store. And then above this dev tools, I'm going to set up middleware, which is going to be get default middleware. And then I'm going to call this and do a .concat to API slice .middleware. And then put my comma, and I'm going to save to reformat this. So this is something that we need in order for the RTK query to work. So that's why we're calling the API slice middleware in here. And then I'm just going to rerun my front end. And then let's try to register for an account again. So back in here, I'm going to refresh. I'm going to put in the first name of John, then Doe, put in my email. So I saw the loader there, but I didn't see any toast pop up. Let's also see what else happened. So if I open things up, so I guess one thing I noticed, we didn't even have this API request go through. So that is interesting. So let's see why that is. In order to debug that, what I can do is I can open up my API slice. And then inside of here, I just want to make sure I'm getting the correct value for this. So I'll do next public host. And that'll be my process env next public host. So I'll go back here, look at my console, and refresh. And it seems that we're getting localhost 3000 here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust my environment variable. And here it seems that I put in post instead of port. So I'm going to adjust that, see if that fixes things. So I'm going to rerun, I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to see what shows up in the console. So it seems even with that update, I still get localhost 3000. So it seems that we have a port environment variable with Next.js, which is overriding this. So what I can do instead is I can just remove this, and maybe I can remove the host too, and I can just put in localhost colon 8000 here, and that should fix things up for me. So I'm gonna go ahead and restart. Then going back here, now I see the correct value is showing up. So there we go, localhost 8000. So now we should be able to fill this out. Then if I click enter, so now it seems that I ended up hitting my JWT create route. That is not the correct route I expected to hit here. So let's go see what's happening. And then I'm also gonna fix up this toastify. So I'm gonna do that first, just so I don't forget. That is in my setup component. One thing I have to do is I have to put use client at the top here, and that should fix the toast messages showing up. So that's going to be the first thing. That's just because React Toastify relies on some things which I need a client component for. Then I'm going to remove this console log, and then I'm going to open up my auth API slice, and I'm going to look for my register. And then I'm just going to fix up this endpoint. So this should be /users/ not JWT create /. So we'll update that. That'll be our post request passing this data. And with that, things should now work. I'm just going to restart the server, make sure everything is good, and then we're going to test this out. So we should end up with a request for our create endpoint, and hopefully things will work. So let's try that out. So I'm going to now refresh. I'm going to put in John Doe, the email. Click enter. And there we go. We get our toast message now. It says, please check email to verify account. So it seems that things worked. And I'm also redirected to my login page. So now I should also receive an email. And there it is. So now I can click on this so I can activate my account. So if I were to click on this, there we go. My Next.js client now handles this route. So that's my activation route. And then all I'd have to do is extract this UID and this token and hit my activation endpoint in order to activate my account. So before I get to that, there are some things I want to address with the way that things are right now with the register. I'm going to go back to this register route and then back to the code. I'm going to close up all of these and just have my page TSX open. So this right now, we have a pretty large file to handle all of this logic. So we have, what, over 180 lines. So we have this whole form here. We have all of this logic. So this component, I think we can refactor and make it a lot cleaner. So that's going to be the next step that we work on. And then this refactor is going to help us a lot also going forward with other things, because let's see, our login, our activation page, password reset pages, all of those use a form. So if we can make some kind of reusable form and also somehow clean up some of the logic we have here, that should help a lot with going forward. So first thing I'm going to do is create a custom hook. So inside of full auth, I'm going to create a hooks folder. And I'm going to call this one use-register.tsx, actually ts, because this is not going to be a JSX component. It's just going to be a custom hook. So I'm going to export a default function of use-register. And then to this, I'm just going to grab a lot of the logic that we have in here. And I'm just going to have this hook handle all of this form logic. It's going to handle the use router with the navigation to the auth login when we're successful. It's going to handle our use register mutation. It's going to handle our form data. And it's going to handle our on change and on submit handlers as well. So I'm just going to cut all of that just to clean that up. And I'm going to paste all of that in here. And then I'm also going to have to bring in these imports. So I'm going to bring in this import. So that import is going to go in here. And then I'm going to bring in these 3 imports as well. And those are going to go in here. And then I just have to return an object. And that's going to return everything that I need. So it's going to be all of these fields. And then after that, I'm also going to need my isLoading. And then I'm going to need my onChange and my onSubmit. And that should be everything I need for this hook. And then what I can do is in this hooks, I can create an index.ts, and I can export default as use register from use register. And this will just clean up the way that I import inside of my page. So here I can just import use register from my hooks, and then I can destructure all the properties from a call to use register. And then what I need, just to make this easier, I can open up that hooks use register, go to my return, and just copy all these values and paste them in here. So I'm destructuring all of these, and there we go. That's going to be my first refactor, so that already cleans up a lot of my logic. So that'll be the first thing. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a form component. So already inside of my components directory, I created a forms. And then in here, I can make a form.tsx. And then I want to create some kind of reusable form here. So let's go back to our page. And I'm going to grab this entire form. So this whole thing, and it ends right here. And I'm going to cut it. And then inside of here, I'm going to export default function form. And I'm going to return all of that which I cut. And I'm just going to save. And then this form in particular is going to be one associated with my register. So what I can do is I can actually make this a register form. And that's going to handle everything to do with registering. And I'm going to rename this to be register form. And then I'm going to have a separate form.tsx. And then the form.tsx, it's going to be my reusable form, which then in my register form, I can pass like which inputs do I want. So with my register form, I want like a first name, last name, email, password, and a confirmed password. And then with my login form, I would want just an email and a password. So the register form, login form, those are going to use the form. So let's see how we can do this. So this right here, I'm going to do export default function form. So this is where I'm going to have this form. And already we have a little TypeScript error because we need this on submit. And it's not even a TypeScript error, it's just a JavaScript error. So I'm going to create an interface for my props. And one of these props is going to be this on submit. And then on submit, it's going to take an event and it's going to return void. And then this event, I'm going to import my form event. And that's going to be the type on this thing. And we're going to have HTML form element. And then this on submit is going to be a prop that I destructure. And I'm going to pass the props. So that'll get rid of this error. So now let's move on to the next thing. So we're also going to have these sorts of elements inside of here. So I'm going to copy this first element and paste it in here. And let's try to make this reusable somehow. And then something that we can do to help us out with this whole process is actually even make a separate further component, which can be an input tsx. And this will deal with just this input. So I'm actually going to cut this thing, do an export default function input. And this will return some JSX. And this is where I can just deal with this input element. So for this label, I think a good way to deal with this is when we're using this input, we can use it something like this, where then in between here can be our label, like first name. So then in order to do that, this will be our children prop, which I can destructure. And then we're going to want some TypeScript typing to this. So I'll do interface props children, which will be react.react node. And then I'll pass this here. So that'll be one prop we need, but we'll also need some other props. So we're going to have this right here. So instead of having this hard-coded, this can be something like, let's say, a label ID. So that's going to be something I need, which is going to be a string. And then I'm going to pass that as a prop here. I'm also going to want to control this type in some way. So I'm going to pass a type, which is a string. I'm also going to pass that in. And also let's use this children prop. I forgot that. That's going to go right here. The type is going to go right here. So we can do type of text or email, password, whatever we need. We're also going to need an onChange. And also we're going to need the value. So the value is going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be some kind of hard-coded string. It's going to be the value that gets displayed in this input and used. So first I'm going to deal with my onChange. This is going to be an event that returns void. And then let's get some typing for this with our change event from React. And I'm going to pass a generic type of HTML input element. And then I'm also going to have my value, which will be a string. And then I can bring these in. So onChange and value. And then the value is going to get used right here. And then I'm also going to have this required. And then required, I'm going to have as an optional Boolean. And I'm going to do a default value for this of false. So by default, it's going to be false. And I'm just going to do required equals required. So now we have this input refactored. So now I'm going to go back to my form. And I'm going to import that input element. And another thing I want to do just to make the exporting easier, is I'm going to create an index ts. And just like before, I'm going to do an export default as form from form. I'm going to do that for all these other components as well. So we have our input, and we have our register form. And then inside of here, I can import input. That's going to come from components form. And this should be forms. There we go. And now we can use this input. So here we're going to have our label text. So we're going to have something like first name. And then to this, we can pass our label ID, which is going to be first underscore name. We're going to have the type of text. We're going to have the onChange. So we're going to want to receive some kind of onChange prop. And then I'm going to bring in that change event. I'm going to apply that. And I'm going to pass a generic type of HTML input element. And then I'm going to pass the onChange. And then after that, I'm going to have the value. So here I can do value is equal to, and then each input, it's going to have a different value. This is where now we have to think. So we're going to have multiple inputs like first name, last name, email, password, and so forth. So I think a good way to deal with this is to just have some kind of configuration, which is going to be an array. and then we can map through it and create these inputs. So that's the way I'm going to deal with that. So I'm going to create, first of all, an interface for this config. And then what I want this config to have is some kind of label text, a label ID. So the label text is what's going to go between here. Then the label ID is what we pass here. It's also going to need some kind of type for each of these inputs. So I know if it's a text, a password, email, it's going to need the value, which will be a string. And then it's also going to need the required, which will be an optional Boolean. And then inside of my props, what I can do is I can have a config prop, and that's just going to be an array of these configurations. So that way I can have, let's say, 5 different input fields that I configure. And then from there, what I can do is I can map through this config, and then I also have to bring in the config inside of here. And then I'm going to have an input, and then each input is going to have these values that I can use and pass on through here. And I'm also going to want to use the round parentheses, so it will just directly return JSX for me. And then from there, I can just do input.label text here. I can do input.value. Then here, for the type, I can do input.type. And then for the label ID, I can have input.label ID. And then I also want that required. And that's just going to be input.required. And then the other thing that this form is going to need is also the button. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to look for the button, which is right here. I'm going to cut that, go back to the form, and I'm going to paste. So I'm going to need some additional props, and also I'm going to need the spinner component. So first, let's import the spinner. That's components common. And it seems I didn't export that from here. So let's fix that. There we go. So now that should fix that up. And then I'm going to need some kind of isLoading prop. So below here, I'm going to have isLoading. That's going to be a Boolean. And then I have to pass this in. And then also we have some hard-coded text here. So that's probably going to be another thing I'm going to want to have some kind of configuration for. So I'm just going to have a button text prop, and that's going to be a string which I can pass. And that way I can adjust that text there. So instead of having this, I can have an interpolated string with that button text. And I'm just going to save that. And there we go. Now we have a nice reusable input field, and we have a form. And then if you want, you can take this even further. Right now in our application, the only thing that we really need in our forms is just normal input fields. But also you might have things like select tags or text areas. So what I would do is I would just create another component for like a text area or for a select tag or radio button, whatever you need. And then inside of the form, in the configuration, I can maybe somehow adjust what I want. I can have, let's say, the form input type. And that can be like select, or it can be input, or whatever it is. And based on that, then I can render out the appropriate component. But our application is not going to be quite that complex, so I'm just going to leave that out. But that's the way that I would do this going forward. So now the next steps for us. So right now, this entire form, we don't need anymore. So I can just remove that because we've completely refactored that. Now instead, what I'm going to want, so inside of here, I was using this spinner along with this useRegister hook. Right now I don't need this anymore, so I can remove that. And also this useRegister. Instead, I'm going to handle inside of this useRegister form. So I'm just going to paste that in here, and I'm going to grab this. And I'm going to bring that in here instead. So now all of our useRegister logic is in here instead. So we're using a custom hook right now, which has event handlers and also lifecycle hooks. So So what I'm going to want to do at the top here is do a use client. And now back inside of here, we're no longer doing anything with lifecycle hooks or with event handling. So what we can do is we can now remove this use client from this page. So this is now going to be a server component. And then what we're going to end up doing is we're just going to import our register form. And that thing is just going to get placed right here. Just like that. So now back in our register form, what we're going to do is we're going to set up the register form itself. So what I'm going to need is my form. That's going to come from my components forms. And then I can use this component, and then I can pass a couple things to it. So I'm going to end up having some kind of configuration, which is going to be an array. And that's what I'm going to end up passing for the config. Now I am getting an error right now because I need some values in here, but we're going to deal with that soon. Next, I'm going to want this is loading. I'm going to want the button text, which in this case is going to be sign up. I'm going to want the onChange, which will be my onChange, which I'm getting from my use register hook. And then finally the onSubmit. And then from there, I just have to set up this config, and then we have our form. And everything is very neat and tidy. So we're going to set up our first configuration. We're going to need the label text, the label ID, and I can even just go here and grab these, just so I don't have to try to remember them. Then we're going to have the type, and then the value. And then finally, required, which is going to be true. So our very first element is going to be the first name. I want that to have the label text, the first name. The label ID will be first_name. Type will be text. Value will be first name, and it'll be required. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it. We're going to have the last name, last_name. And last_name for the value, type of text. Then the next input element is going to be my email address. That's going to be email. So for the label ID, string of email, value email, type email. Then I'm going to have my password fields. So for the text, password. And then all of these will be password. So string of password for the label ID, for the type, and value of password. And then we just have one more field. And that's going to be our confirm password field. That's going to have re-password. The type is going to be password, and the value is going to be re-password. So I'm going to save that. And now let's see if this refactor is good. So going back here, we can do a refresh. And our form looks the exact same. We have the input text, we have all of these, we can still type, and we should be able to submit as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to test out this register endpoint one more time. So that email I ended up deleting at some point, so that's good. I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm going to stop running my backend. And I'm going to do a python manage.py flush. That's just going to clear my database, and then I'm going to rerun my backend API. And then I'm going to try to register for this account again. So John Doe, put in my email. And let's see if this works. There we are. Please check email to verify account. And we got an email with our registration endpoint. Beautiful. So this ended up actually working. So now everything is much cleaner. You can see the register page right now. It's only 34 lines of code. We have this register form, which is much simpler. We just have this form component, which we pass config to. And then the form itself, also relatively simple. We just have this input element that we're mapping through, passing in our config values. That's going to have the button with the loading, where it's going to have a spinner if it's loading, and the button text if it's not. And there we go. Everything is nice and clean now. And on top of that, we also have this use register hook, which also cleaned up a lot of our logic with the registration. So going forward, this is going to make things a lot easier with our other pages because we're going to be able to reuse a lot of these components that we made and the logic that we made. So I think the next thing that makes sense is our activation endpoint, because that is what's going to allow us to actually log in. So let's tackle that one next. So I'm going to open this one up. And then another thing I want to do before I tackle that is also make a little tweak to my layout. So that is right over here. And then this is going to be the last tweak to my layout. So I'm just going to pass some styling to this with MX auto. So margin on the horizontal axis will be set to auto. Then max width 7XL. And then padding on the horizontal of 2. And then on a small screen, padding of 6. And then large screen px-8. And margin top, I want to be 8. And maybe instead of margin top, I'll just do margin along the y-axis will be 8. So top and bottom. I'm just going to save that. And then what that's going to do for me is just have a little bit of spacing between my navbar and the footer. And also it's going to position this a little bit more centered. So I think that's just going to look a little bit nicer once we end up having our navbar and footer. And now I'm going to go back to this page. So I'm going to put some styling on this. I'm going to have a div instead. It's going to have a class name. And I'm going to apply flexbox to this. Min height full, flex dash 1, flex dash column, justify center, padding along the horizontal of 6, along the y-axis of 12, and on large I'll have padding x of 8. Then I'll have another div in here. This will have sm mx auto, and then smw full, sm max w small. And then I'm going to have an h1 element. And that one's going to have the text of activating your account. And I'm going to apply some styling to this. It's going to be margin top 10, text center, text 2XL, font bold, leading 9, tracking tight, text gray 900. And let's see how that looks. So if I were to click on this link, I'm going to be navigated to this route. And that's going to have my UID and token. And I'm going to have activating your account. So that looks pretty good. Next, I'm going to bring in use effects. And then this use effect is going to end up calling that activation endpoint. And because I'm using use effect, what I have to do at the top is also do use client to make this a client component. Then in here, I can have my use effect. And this is going to get called when this component mounts. And then to use my activation, I'm going to import my use activation mutation. Then I'm going to call this thing. And then in here, I'm going to have my activation function that I'm going to be able to use, which in the use effect, I'm going to end up calling. And then I need to pass the UID and the token to this. So what I can do is, as a prop, something that I have available is my params. So because I have this UID and token, these will be present in a prop called params, and then I can extract the UID and token from there. Then I'm also going to make an interface props, which is just going to help me with the TypeScript typing. I'm going to have params, which I expect to have a UID of string and token of string. And then I'm going to pass the prop type here. And then inside of here, what I can do is I can destructure my UID and token from the params, and then I can pass them in. Then I can chain on and unwrap. And then have my then along with my catch. And then the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have those toast messages depending on if we're successful or not. So inside of here, I'm going to import toast from React Toastify. Then on the then, I'll do a toast success, and I'll pass a message of account activated. And I'm going to have a toast error if we fail, and it's just going to say failed to activate account. And then I'm also going to have a finally block, which no matter which of these we hit, we're going to redirect the user. So to do that, I'm going to import use router from next router. I'm going to set router equal to use router. And then here I can just do a router.push, and that's just going to go to auth login. So after we activate, we'll redirect to the login page, and then that's going to allow the user to then just fill in their email password to log in. And with that, I can just save to reformat everything, and this should be good to go. So back inside of here, I can refresh, and also right here, I have to actually fix this. This is not coming from next router, but from next navigation, because I'm using the app router. And there we go. Already, I ended up hitting that endpoint. I see the toast message of account activated, and in the finally block, we got redirected to our login. So I'd say the next thing that makes sense is putting together our login page. And I'm also going to delete this email now since I don't need it anymore. And the login page will be relatively straightforward just because it's going to be very similar to our register page, and we're going to be able to reuse a lot of those components. And then also a quick thing I want to do before I do that is also go into my register page. And I also want to set some metadata, something I noticed. So I'll do export const metadata. And I'm also going to import a type of metadata. And I'll set that here. So on your server components, you can export this metadata, and then from there, you can set up a title and description. So here I'll do full auth and then register. And I'll have a description, which will be full auth register page. And then from there, if I go to my register, right here, I'm going to see full auth register. Perfect. And then I can do something similar for my home page as well. I'm just going to copy this, open up the page. And I'm going to paste. And this will be home and home page. So that way when I'm on the home page, instead I'll see something like full auth home. There we go. I'll navigate back. And now let's start dealing with the login page. So to make the login page easier, I'm just going to copy everything that's in the register page. I'm going to open up the login page. I'm just going to paste it in here, and I'm going to tweak it. So here for the title, I'm going to have login. For the description, I'll have full auth login page. This will still be page. And let's go through this. So all of the styling is going to be the exact same, but just this text here I'm going to change. So I'm going to do sign into your account. That's going to be my H2. Instead of a register form, I'm going to create a login form, which eventually I'm going to be able to import from here. For now, I'm going to get an error, but that's going to be gone in a moment. And then here, for this link, we have this text of already have an account. Instead, I want don't have an account. Then you can register here. And then this is going to be my register route. And then also here inside of the text, we have this apostrophe. One thing that you can do is also use this and apos:, and that's just going to be the sort of HTML encoding, which you can use for the apostrophe. So there we go. That is now our login page set up. The next thing we have to do is set up that login form. So inside of my components forms, I'm going to create a login form.tsx. I'm also going to go into the index.ts here, and I'm also going to copy down a line, and this is going to be my login form. And then here I can export default function login form, which is going to return my form. So let's take a look at our register form, because this is actually going to be quite similar. So in particular, I'm going to import the form. I'm going to need the use client because I'm going to end up putting together a custom hook for the login. And then I'm going to end up calling that. I'm going to have some kind of configuration. So I'm just going to copy this config and I'm going to paste it in here. And then for logging in, we don't need this re-password. All we need is the email and password configuration that we're going to pass to that form component. So those are the only things I'm going to have present in here. But now we're getting errors for this because we need to set up our custom hook for the login. And then finally, we're just going to have this form component that we return. So I'll just paste that in here. And then also our custom hook for logging in is going to have these fields as well that it's going to return. So for now, we're going to get an error, but we're going to fix that in a moment. So inside of my hooks, what I can do is I can have use login.ts. And then I'm going to grab everything that's inside of the use register. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it in here just so that I have an easier place to work from. And then let's start tweaking this. So first of all, this use register mutation, instead we're going to want to use our use login mutation. And we're going to have a login. I'm going to call this use login. For the form data, we don't need a first name and a last name. We don't need a re-password. And then for destructuring, I'm only going to destructure email and password from the form data. The onChange will look the same. However, the onSubmit will look different. Instead, I'll use my login, which I'm grabbing from the call to the use login mutation. To this, I'm only going to pass an email and a password. And then just like before, I'm going to unwrap, call the then. Now, if I'm successful, instead of pushing to auth login, I'm going to push to my dashboard. So for successful, navigate to dashboard. We do have a route for that right over here. And then for this, I'm going to have a text when we're successful of logged in. And then if we failed, I'm just going to say failed to log in. And then finally, I'm going to be returning the email, password is loading, onChange and onSubmit. And there we go. Now the next thing I'm going to do is just to make importing this hook easier. I'm going to open up my index.ts. I'm going to copy down. I'm going to have a use login, which is from use login. And then this way I can just import directly from the hooks folder. And then back in my login form, I can import use login from hooks. And then in this component, I can call use login, and then I can destructure the values I need. And then to make this easier, inside of my use login, I can just copy all of these return values. I can paste them in here. And I'm just going to save to reformat, and there we go. We have our login form. So now all we have to do is go back to our login page and save, and this should all be set up. So going back here, if I now go to my login routes, we should have our sign-in page. So sign into your account. Don't have an account, register here. Now there is an additional thing that I want on here, and that is on this password. I want there to be some kind of link for forgot your password, and I want it to be right here. So to do that, I'm going to edit my form a bit, and it's going to have this sort of additional configuration that I can pass to a particular input in order to have present what I want there. So first of all, I'm going to open up my input, and this is where I'm going to have this optional logic. I'm going to have some kind of prop that I can pass called link. And if I have this link, then I'm going to return some JSX. It's just going to be a div with a class name of text small. And I'm also getting complaints, so I guess I'll just put this in here. This will be an optional prop, and that's going to be an object. which is going to have the link text I need, along with the link URL, since I'll need both of those things. And then I can just bring this in here. That'll get rid of TypeScript complaining. And then from there, I'm going to need a link. So I'm going to import the link component from next link. And I'm going to use that in here. And then what I can do is use the link.linkText here and have an href, which is going to be link.linkURL. And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to style this link. So I'm going to pass a class name, and I'm going to have font semi-bold, text indigo 600. And then on hover, I'm going to have text indigo of 500. So there we are. And then in the form, I need to be able to pass this forward to these inputs. So back to my configuration. I need to have an additional configuration, which is an optional link, which is going to be an object, which again is going to have that linked text. It's going to be a string. And link URL, which is also a string. And then we can just pass that forward. So then to this input, I can just do link equals link, and there we go. And then I also have to have this coming from the input. So there we are. And then another thing that I think would be good to do is also on this button. You can also pass a disabled prop, and this I can pass isLoading. So if isLoading is true, this button will be disabled. If it's false, it won't be. I think that's just a nice additional thing, so you can't keep clicking the button if we're loading. And then our next step is to go into this login form. And now here, we can just pass this additional link configuration option with our link text and our link URL. So for the link text, I'm just going to have forgot password question mark, and this is going to be /password-reset. And there we go. And then back here, now I can see it showing up. Now I don't particularly like how this is showing up here, since I want this to the left, this to the right. So let's also fix that up. And then also another thing that I'm realizing is here I also forgot to pass the key prop. So whenever we have a list of components, we want to have some kind of key. This will be input.labelID. So this just has to be some kind of unique identifier. This just has to do with React DOM rendering. So that's going to be one fix. And then inside of here, this is where I'm going to have my other fix. So I'm going to need to have a div wrapping these. And then this div, I'm going to pass some styling of flex, justify between, and the line center. So let's see how that looks. And there we go. So that styling works fine for when we just have this, and it works great for when we have the link. And then this link we can click, and that'll bring us to the request password reset. So there we are. And now that we have that configured, and also I want to test this link, perfect. And now let's try logging in. So I'm gonna refresh, go to the network tab. I'm gonna put in my email, and then the password. And I also noticed I have the text sign up here. So let's actually fix that. So that's in my login form. Here I want sign in for the button text. So you can see it's very easy to configure this. And I'm gonna have to retype this in now. And there we go, logged in. Now let's go to application, cookies. Well, I don't have any cookies here. And then here I can see that this was successful. I got a 200 OK. On top of that, my server, it did receive this request. However, I don't see those cookies there. And then if I go back to auth login, if we try it again, I still don't see those cookies show up. So there is a reason why these cookies aren't showing up. And this is a behavior with only Chrome. So if you use Firefox or Safari, you won't see this behavior. And in particular, this has to do with one of our cookie options. So for the same site property on our cookie, we set a property of none. And when you set a property of none, what is required of the cookie is to have the secure property of true and to have an SSL connection. So it has to go through HTTPS. And that is also the case even if you're on localhost. So that means right now, if this app we had in production with an HTTPS connection, which we will have once we get to deploying this, everything will work on Chrome. But right now, during development, annoyingly enough, things will not work on Chrome because Chrome doesn't have this behavior work, even though you're on localhost. So that is a little bit unfortunate. I wish Chrome didn't do that, but that's just the reality of that. So if I were to open up something like Firefox or Safari, and in this case, I'll use Safari. And if I navigate here, I can go inspect, and then I can open up the storages. So this is where I'm going to see my cookies. And then I can navigate to auth login. And then let's try to log in. And we're logged in. If I refresh, there we go. We have our access and our refresh token. So that worked. We can see the domain is here, the path is here. We have secure isn't checked, HTTP only is checked, and same site is none, indicated by this line here. So in Safari this works, and then also if you're using Firefox, this will also work. So pretty much going forward with our development, if we want to test this authentication that we have set up in our development environment, unfortunately, we are going to want to use a different web browser. So if you're on Windows, just use something like Firefox. And then if you're on Mac, use either Firefox or Safari, it doesn't really matter. Now, I'd say the next good thing to perhaps tackle is this Navbar component. So that way we can have our login and sign up buttons and easily navigate to those pages. And then we can also have the dashboard button and logout button when we're logged in. And then it's also a good indication of if we're logged into the application, depending on which buttons we see. So let's tackle that next. So I'm gonna close up some of the stuff I'm not working on anymore. And now let's open up our Navbar component. This is where we're gonna be working. And then I'm gonna go into the Tailwind UI documentation once again. And then there is a Navbar component in here that we can grab, and it'll just help us put this together a little bit more quickly and have a nice looking navbar. So right under navigation, I have navbars. And then this first one, this is what it looks like. Now it does have some additional things like this notification area and also this profile area and also some additional navigation buttons, which I'm not going to want. So we're going to tweak it a bit, but for the most part, we're going to have something very similar to this. So I'm going to switch over to the React, click on the code, and then I'm going to grab the code in here. So I'm just going to grab the JSX. So everything in here. So there's quite a bit of code, and we're going to edit this quite a bit. Then going back to my navbar, I'm going to paste this in here. And then I'll fix up the indenting. And then the next thing, I'm going to fix the imports. So one thing I need is this disclosure. And this disclosure is something that comes from Headless UI. So Headless UI, I actually have the documentation open, and then the disclosure is this thing right here. And then also from what you can see here, this is a completely unstyled, fully accessible UI components, and they're designed to be integrated really nicely with Tailwind CSS. So that's pretty nice for us. And then it's a project also by Tailwind Labs. Then we can click on this disclosure, and then you can take a look. This is pretty much what it is, where you can have things that you open and close, and that's what we're going to have with our navbar, because when we're in the mobile view, so if I go back to the navbar in the preview, right now we can open and close. So we want to have that ability. And then we can see the same thing here. Now to use Headless UI, we just have to run the npm install command. So I'm going to go back, open up my terminal, and then I'm going to go to the one running the Next.js frontend. I'm going to stop running it, and then I'm just going to npm install the Headless UI React. There we go. And then another thing that we're going to need, so this Navbar, it's also using some icons which come from Hero Icons React. So I also have the documentation for that here. And then you can see like these are all these different icons that come from this library. So we're also going to have to install that. So back in my terminal, I'm going to npm install save at hero icons /react. And then I'm going to rerun the development server. And then back in here, I can just grab these lines, go back, and then paste in these imports. And then I'm not going to need the bell icon because that's for that notification. Then I'm also not going to need these two here. So I'm just going to import the disclosure, the bars3 icon, and the xmark icon. And then those icons, so if we look at the bar icons, we have this bars3, so that's just like our hamburger button. Then we also have the X mark, and that's just this sort of X. So when the menu is open, we're going to see this X. When it's closed, we're going to see the hamburger, and that's going to be on a smaller screen. So back to the code. I'm now going to save just so everything reformats nicely, and then I'm going to clean up some of this code. So this is where we have our button, which when it's open, we have that X button. Otherwise, we have the hamburger button. And then down below, so right here, this is where we have that icon for Tailwind. And in particular, I don't want the icon for Tailwind, so that's something I'm going to adjust. Also, there's this whole navigation looping. So this is something I'm not going to do. So I'm going to just remove that. And then this is where we're going to have our different navigation links. And then this is where we have things like the bell icons and the notifications. So this whole button I don't want. And then also this whole menu, which is for that profile I also don't want. So this entire menu area I'm also going to remove. So that's going to clean up a lot of our code. And then we don't need this whole block here that was also containing that. And then the next part we have is also this navigation here. And then this was for those links for the mobile menu. So I also don't need that. So now we're going to continue from this point. So first I'm going to get rid of this here. And then instead what I'm going to want is a link. And that's just going to say like full auth. So I also need to import link. So at the top, I'll import link from next link. And then right over here, I'll use that link. And that's going to have the text of full auth. And then it's going to have an href of /. So let's see how things look so far. And then also we're having an issue because this needs to be a client component. So at the top, I'm just going to put use client and save. And there we go. Now we see the text full auth. And then I don't like that this is black text, so let's also edit that. I'm going to put a class name of text white. It's going to be rounded medium, padding on the X and the Y, and then also font medium. And then actually instead of the text white, I'm going to put text gray 300. So let's see how that looks. There we go. That looks better. And then going back, now we're going to deal with the other links. And then also remember how we're managing these links. So we're going to check if we're authenticated. And if we're authenticated, we're going to have a dashboard and a logout link. And then if we're not authenticated, we're going to have the sign in and sign up links. So let's have some logic for that. I'm going to import my use app selector, as well as my use app dispatch. Also, I need to use dispatch because I'm going to have my logout action creator, which I'm going to need to use. And then that's something that I can also import in here. So I'm going to import logout, and that's coming from my features auth slice. And then here, I can do const dispatch is use app dispatch. And then I can also do const is authenticated, which is going to come from my use app selector. And then state and state dot auth. And also here you can see you can select because of TypeScript helping us. And then to do the logging out itself, we also created that hook with RTK Query. So that was our use logout mutation hook. So I'm also going to use this, and I'll use that, say right here. I'm going to have logout is equal to a call to this hook. And now we also have a bit of a conflict between these two names. So this one I'm just going to call auth logout, and or maybe even set logout might be a better name. So I'll have this as set logout, and this will be the actual logout action itself. So this one here, all it's going to do is set the is authenticated state to false. That's all this is doing. So to do the logging out itself, we could have a function called, say, handle logout. And then that will call logout. We can do a dot unwrap, and then a dot then, and a dot catch. Then we also have TypeScript complaining here that we have to supply an argument. So we can actually just pass undefined here, and that'll fix the TypeScript errors because the logout doesn't actually take any parameters. And then if the logout is successful, all we have to do is dispatch set logout. And then that'll set our is authenticated to false. And then if anything goes wrong, we're not really gonna handle it actually. So all I'm gonna have is just a finally block instead. And that's just gonna navigate someone back to like the home page. So in order to do that, I'm gonna import my use router. And that's gonna come not from next router, but next navigation. And then I can have const router is use router. And then I can router.push to the home page. So the logout button is what's going to be utilizing this. And then I'm going to have const auth links, which is just going to be some JSX. And I'm also going to have my guest links. Auth links is going to be for when I'm logged in. Guest links is going to be for when I'm not logged in. And then I'm going to change this to be guest links. And then what I can do is over here where I'm going to end up having these links. And actually, they're not going to be here. They're going to be between here. So I'm going to have links between here and also between here. So between here, I'm going to have is authenticated. If that's true, then I'm going to have my auth links. Otherwise, they'll have my guest links. Then I'm going to have the exact same thing here as well. All right, so let's see how that looks. So there we go. Right now we have our guest links because we're not logged in. So let's now log in and see if this updates to auth links. So if I navigate to /auth/login, so it seems it didn't update even though I'm logged in. So let's see what we did wrong. So if I go into my use login hook, we should be dispatching a set auth when we're successful, although we're not doing that. So let's go ahead and fix that. Right up here, I'm going to import set auth. And then I'm going to dispatch set auth. And then I'm going to have to set up this dispatch. So maybe right over here, I'm going to import my use app dispatch. And then I will do const dispatch is use app dispatch. And then that way I can dispatch set auth. So now let's try that again. So there we go, we're back to the login page. Put in the email. the password. And now I see auth links. Perfect. Now we will have one issue still, which is if we refresh, we see guest links. We're not persisting our login. So why don't we go ahead and tackle that? So in order to handle that, we made a component called setup. And then here I can have some logic in order to handle this whole verification. So pretty much we want to use our verify endpoint. And then if we have a valid auth token, then what we can do is we can just persist the login. So at the top, I'm going to import use effect. I'm also going to import use app dispatch. I'm going to import set auth. And then I'm also going to import my use verify mutation. And then in this component, I can call use effect. And then I'm also going to need that to verify, which is going to be from use verify mutation. And then in the use effect, when our component mounts, I can call verify to a dot unwrap, and then a dot then. And then in the dot then, I can just dispatch the set auth. And then this dispatch, what I need to do is const dispatch is use app dispatch. So that way I can dispatch that, and I get TypeScript complaining here because we're not passing an argument. So let's pass undefined since verify doesn't take an argument. And then another thing that I need to do, this is something I've explained before inside of our Redux auth slice. We also have this is loading, which is true. So when we're finished verifying, another thing we're going to do is we're just going to flip this to false, and we can do that using our finish initial load action creator. So that's another thing I'm going to import. So finish initial load, and then I'm going to have a dot finally block. And that's just going to dispatch the finish initial load, which is going to set is loading to false. And then another thing that we can do if we want to refactor this a little bit, which I guess we might as well do, is we can also create a use verify.ts hook, then export a default function use verify, and then go here, and then everything we wrote out, we can pretty much just have in this hook. And also custom hooks, they don't need to return anything like we did with our other ones where we returned an object with some values. We can also just not return anything. And then all of these imports, I'm just going to cut and put in this custom hook. There we go. We now have a use verify hook. And then in my index, just like before, I'm going to export the default as use verify from use verify. And then what I can do is in my setup component, I can just import use verify from hooks and just call use verify. And that'll do the exact same thing. It's just that this is a little bit more lean now. And then with that, we should now be able to go back to our app. And now we see auth links again. So if I refresh, there we go, auth links. Perfect. So now let's actually have some auth links and guest links and actually have them work. So that's going to be our next step. And then for these links, the links are going to have a bit of logic. So the links are going to be styled differently depending on if we're on desktop or if we're on mobile. They're going to have different styling in that case. And also if we're on the current route, they're also going to have different styling. And then also our logout button is going to be slightly different because it's not going to be a link. So because of that, one thing that would help is creating a custom component that has all of this logic, and then we can just use that in here. So inside of my common, in my components, I'm going to create a navlink component, and that's going to house all of this logic. So first I'm going to need link from next link, and I'm also going to need to import cn from class names. This is going to help me with that logic like we did in our other components. Then from there I can export my default function navlink. And then this thing, we're going to want a couple props. So I'm just going to destructure these props. And then the way I want this thing to be called is to do something like nav link. And then in here I can put the text for the nav link, like let's say sign in. And that's going to have an href, which would be like /auth/login. And then I also want to be able to, let's say, have things like selected. And then that's going to put the selected styling. And maybe I want to have like is mobile, and that's going to apply mobile styling. So I just want to be able to pass these like Boolean values to this. So to do that, I'm going to have a selected. Maybe I can even do like is selected. It's going to be one value I need, also is mobile. And then I'm going to use this to help me decide, is this going to have mobile styling or desktop styling? I'm also going to have a is banner. This one in particular is going to be used for this styling here of our banner. And then I'm going to have the href, and I'm going to have children. So let's start with that. I'm going to have an interface props. I'm going to have is selected. It's going to be optional, and it'll be a Boolean. I'm going to have is mobile. It's also optional and a Boolean. And then is banner. Same thing. Then href will be a string, and children will be react.react node. And then we can just apply the props to this, and that'll have TypeScript not complain. And then from there, oops, I already have my return. From there, we can return our link with a class name and an href, which will be href. And then another thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to have over here a spread operator on REST. So if I have any additional props, like let's say a class name or an onClick, I can also have that within here. And then what I can do to have TypeScript be happy with this as well is have REST string in brackets mapped to any. And then from there, what's between the link is just going to be our children prop. And then the next thing I want to do is have our styling set up. So I'm going to have const class name is equal to cn. And then here I'm going to have rest.className. I'm also going to have some default styling I apply to this. So I'm going to have text white, rounded medium, padding on the left and right, padding on the top and bottom, and font medium. This is what I'm going to have by default for my links. And then I'm also going to have an object. And then here I'm going to be able to have some kind of additional styling based on these props. So I'm going to have styling based on is selected, based on if we're on mobile, also if we have a banner. I'm also going to have styling based on if we're not on mobile. Then I'm also going to have some styling based on if is not selected and if it is not a banner. So if it's selected, I'm going to have a background gray 900. If it's not selected and it's not a banner, I'm going to have text gray 300 and hover background gray 700, as well as hover text white. So I don't want any of this hover behavior happening on the banner, which is why I also want to check if it's not a banner. And then if it's not selected, it's going to have this gray text, and then when I hover over it, it's going to have a gray background with some white text. So it's just going to have like a hover style. And then if I'm on mobile, the way I want these to be styled is with block and text base. If we're not on mobile, I want these to be text small. So this block and text base, it's just going to function with that sort of drop down that we're going to have. And then text small is going to be for when we're on desktop. And then for the banner, I just want it to be text gray 300, which is going to override the default text white. So there we go. Now we have a nice nav link component which we can use. So then inside of my Navbar, I can just import that. And then I also want to create an export for that. So that was inside of here. And then below the Navbar, I'm going to have my nav link. And then I can import my nav link from the components common. Or I could have also just imported it from the current directory. That's another option. And now I'm going to go down to my guest links and let's edit this. So I'm going to remove what's here. And then the JSX that I'm going to have is a fragment, which is going to surround my two links that I want. So I'm going to have my nav link component. Then I'm going to have my login as well as my register. And then as for the props, I'm going to have is selected. And then the way that this is going to work, I'm going to check the current path and I'm going to see if it's equal to like the login path. If that's the case, we're on the path for login, and then we're going to put the is selected styling. So the way that we can get the current path, we're going to go to the top and import use path name. And then below my use router, I can do a const path name is use path name. And then back down to my component. What I can do is I can compare path name is equal to /auth/login. If that's the case, I'll return true. Otherwise, I'll return false. Next, I'm going to have is mobile. And then for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expect the guest links to receive a parameter. So I'm going to turn this into an arrow function. And then I'm going to have is mobile, which is a Boolean. So that's an argument I'm going to receive. And then based on if this is mobile or not, I'm going to apply either the mobile styling or I won't. And then I'm also going to have the href. Then the href is going to be /auth/login. And then the register is going to look pretty similar. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. And then for the comparison, I'm going to have register. And then here I'm also going to have register. Now here I have a little bit of repeated code. So one thing I can also do is create a function called is selected, which will take a path argument. And then that's just going to do the comparison between path name equal to the path argument. If they're equal, return true, otherwise false, just like the logic we have here. And then instead of doing this, I can just call is selected, and that's going to return my Boolean. And I just have to pass in this path name to compare. So if our current path name is equal to this path name, return true, otherwise false. And same sort of thing here. Is selected. And there we go, just a small refactor. So that's going to be for our guest links. Now we're also going to have our auth links. So this is also going to be an arrow function now, and it's going to receive a parameter of is mobile, which is a Boolean. Then we're going to have something similar to this, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it. So here we're going to have our dashboard, which is going to have an href of /dashboard. And then this is selected is also going to have /dashboard that it's comparing. And then as for the logout button, this one's going to be a little bit different. So I don't want this to be a link. So I'm not going to pass this href. And then I'm going to need some kind of way to designate that this is a logout button. And then another thing is this is selected I also don't need. That's not going to be relevant for a logout button. Then what I will need is some kind of onClick, which is going to be captured by that REST prop inside of the nav link. And this is just going to have my handle logouts. So now we have to go back to this nav link and somehow have it handle a logout button. Then on top of that, I also need to apply this class name here. That's something I forgot to do. So let's do that. And then one way that we can designate if this is a logout button or not is we can just check, do we have the href? If we don't, then it's just going to be a normal button. If we do have an href, it's going to be a link. So that's the way I'm going to handle this. So if we don't have an href, return our button. So the button is going to have a span with a class name of class name. So that's just going to have our default styling. So it's not going to have any of the special styling. And then this will have a role of button. and it's going to have an onClick, which is equal to rest.onClick. So that's how we can capture that onClick. And then it's also going to have the text of logout. There we go. So now going back to my navbar, we still have TypeScript complaining. And that's because we actually have to make the href now optional. So let's do that. And then another thing I'm going to have to do is also this right here. I'm noticing I just hard-coded logout. What we actually need to have here is the children prop, and then we can pass the logout text. And then back here, right now the other thing we're going to have to adjust is that previously we didn't have these as arrow functions where we pass isMobile. And also these right here shouldn't be curly braces. So let's also adjust that to be the round parentheses because this should be returning JSX. So that was a bit of an accident. And then let's scroll down. So this is where we have this logic here. And now these ones are going to be functions instead. And we're going to pass false because I want isMobile to be false for the ones here. And then for the ones here, I'm going to pass true because I want the isMobile styling on these ones. So there we are. Now let's take a look. Oh, and also one other thing I just noticed. I also have this link, so I no longer have to have it like this. I can just remove this class name, and then I can use the nav link, and then I can pass the isBanner property, and then that's going to give me the styling I need. So let's go back. This is how things look right now. So I have my banner, it doesn't have any hover style. And then if I go to the login, we saw we have this hover style. If we're on the current page, we have this styling here. So perfect. Now we can navigate, things look proper. And then if I log in, let's see how things look. There we go, we're logged in. We go to the dashboard, and I see the dashboard and the logout button. So if I refresh now, we stay logged in, perfect. I can go to the home page, and I can log out. If I refresh, I'm not logged in. So we got rid of those cookies. So perfect. Things are working so far. So now let's also adjust this footer. So I'm going to close the nav bar. We're now wrapped up with that one. I'm going to go to the footer, and let's adjust this. So for the footer, I'm going to have a class name. It's going to have a background gray of 100, and it's going to have a height of 16. And I'm going to remove this. Instead, I'm going to pass a div with a class name of h-full to take up the full height, and then have some padding on the left and right. Then I'm going to have another div in here. This one's going to have a class name with flex items center, justify center, and h-full to take up the full height. And then in here, I'm going to have a paragraph. And then this one's going to have the text, which is going to be and copy, to have that copy symbol, 2023, full auth inc, let's say, all rights reserved. So you typically see some kind of text like this. And then I'm going to just put some styling on the paragraph. It's going to be text gray 400 and text extra small. So there we go. That's all we need for the footer. Let's take a look how it looks. And there we go. Looks pretty good. Now let's tackle this home page. So for the home page, I'm going to go into the Tailwind UI. I'm going to go back to the components. And let's look for a home page. So for the home page, all we're really going to want is a hero section. So you're going to find that under page sections, and we're just going to create a component that looks something like this. Then here I have React selected. I can go to the code, and I'm just going to grab the code that's in there, and I'm going to tweak it to look good on our app. So everything inside of here, I'm going to copy. So quite a bit of stuff there. We have this header here, so that's a lot of code just for this, but we already have like this navbar heading. So we're just going to get rid of that code and also a couple of other things. So back inside of our page, that's going to be this one here. I'm just going to paste all of that in here. I'm going to save, and then I'm going to start to edit. So let's find where that whole navbar is. So that's this header. I'm just going to delete all of this code because I don't need that. this wrapping div, I'm going to change to a main tag. Then this whole clip path, I don't want this, so I'm going to delete that. And then this here, this is this section here, the announcing our next round of funding. So I don't want this section either. So I'm just going to get rid of this whole thing and also the wrapping div. And then we have the H1 and a paragraph along with the buttons, which are going to have links. And then below that, we have this clip path. So I'm also going to remove that. So we're just going to be left with something clean like this. So let's go back and see how things look. And there we go. We have a decent looking homepage. So now let's just edit the text. So for the text, I just have some text on my other screen that I'm just going to copy and paste here so I don't have to type all this. So for the H1, I'm just going to have full auth tutorial application. And then for the description, I'm just going to put this kind of general description here. You can put whatever you want for these, doesn't really matter. And then I'm going to set up my links. So I'm going to import link from next link. And instead of these anchor tags, I'm going to have links. And then for the href on this one's going to be /auth/login. And the other one's going to be /auth/register. And then the text for this one is going to be log into your account. And then for this one here, I'm going to have or create an account. Also, we have this arrow symbol here. Another thing we can do is and RARR with a semicolon. So this is going to be a right arrow. So that's kind of the way I'm going to do it instead. And there we go. We should now have a complete home page. So let's take a look. Full auth tutorial application along with our description and then our 2 links. So I can click login, bring me here. And then we can have this, which will be for register. So next I want to tackle the forgot password. So if I click on this forgot password link, I'm going to be brought here. So let's go edit that. So I'm going to close this, and then I'm going to open up the password reset page TSX. And then within here, I'm going to do an export const metadata, just like I've been doing on the other pages. And then I'm also going to import a type of metadata. And for this one, I'm going to put a title of full auth password reset, along with a description. And also let's apply this so I can have TypeScript completing this. Description, there we go. And I'll have full auth password reset page. And then here, I'll have a div which I'll style with the class name. And this whole styling here is going to be very similar actually to the login page. So I'm just going to copy what I have in the login page. Then go back here and just paste that in here. And then for my text, I'm going to have reset your password. And then I'm going to have a form, which is going to be a password reset form. That's going to be something that I create, and then I'll be able to import it. So I'll put in the import for it. And that'll end up coming from my components form. Actually, it'll be components forms. So then that's something I have to create. And then for this don't have an account section, I don't need any of that. So the next thing I'm going to tackle is this component. So just like we've been doing before, inside of forms, I'm going to create this password reset form.tsx, export default function password reset form, which will return my form. And then in the index, what I can do is just copy down on one of these, and that's going to be my password reset form. So that way in my page, I can actually import it. So now let's go back to the actual password reset form. So for this one, something we're going to need is our use password, or I guess use reset password mutation. we're going to need this. And because we're using RTK Query in here, we're also going to have to do at the top use client on this form. And then another thing I'm going to want is my form component, which will help me create my forms. And that's coming from components, forms. And then in here, what I can return is just my form along with the configuration I want. So I'm going to have const config. That's going to be my array. And this one's just going to have one item, which is going to be the label text of email address. It's going to have a label ID of email. The type will be an email field. I'm going to have onChange, which I'm going to have to set up along with the value and required. So what I can actually do is, just like I was doing before, I can create a hook and just have a lot of this logic for this sort of stuff in there, along with the onChains, just like we've been doing with like the login, the register. So I'm going to cut this from here. I'm going to go into my hooks. I'm going to create a use reset password.ts, export a default function of use reset password. I'm going to import this. And then I'm going to go to something like my use login, or maybe my use register might be more similar. And then I'm just going to copy some of the logic in here. So things like the form data, the destructuring, and all of this stuff. Just paste that in here to have a good start. And then if we scroll up, the only thing we need is an email field. So because of that, I don't really need to do this whole form data part. Instead, I can just do const email and set email is use state. And then I'll need a couple imports. So I'll need use state from React, and also the change event and the form event. And I'm also going to need my toast. And then for my onChange, this is just going to be set email. And then that is going to be equal to event target value. And I'm going to get rid of this destructuring. Then on my onSubmit, this is where I want to use this use reset password mutation. So at the top, I'll do const reset password, and is loading will be coming from a call to my use reset password mutation. And then I can use this reset password instead of this register. Then the only thing I need to pass here is the email. And then also I'm passing that directly instead of inside of an object, because that's the way that this handles it. So if we take a look at the reset password, we just take an email, unlike these other ones that take multiple parameters where we pass them in an object. And then if we're successful, I'm not going to do any kind of rerouting, so I'm going to remove that. And then I'm just going to have a message that's something like request sent. Check your email for reset link. Then if we fail, what we're going to do is failed to send request, which we should never hit, just because this will always return a 204, no content. And then I'll just get rid of these fields here. And the only thing we should have is email is loading, onChange, and onSubmit. And there we go. This is our hook in place. So now we can go to the index, and we can just export this. This will be use reset password from use reset password. And then back in my form, now what I can do is I can just import my use reset password hook, and then I can use this right here. So I'll call that, and then I'm going to destructure from that. My email is loading, onChange, and onSubmit. All right, so now I can pass this onChange. I can have the value of email and required true. So now I can finish this configuration. So now that that's complete, I can now pass it to the form along with the other fields. So is loading I need. And then the button text which I'll do request password reset. I'll have the on change and then the on submit. And there we go. Just like that, our page should now be complete. So I can close everything up and let's take a look. So reset your password. You can put in the email. Click enter. And there we go. Request sent. Check your email for reset link. So let's do that. Here if I refresh, there we go. I get the reset link. And now I can actually visit this. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go back to this window and visit this link. And this is where we can set our new password. Although now we have to set up this page so that we can actually do that. So let's go ahead and take care of that so that we can reset our password on Next.js. So that is going to be inside of this UID token page. So this is where we set this up. And also this right here, it's going to be very similar to what we just did. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy everything inside of my password reset page. I'm just going to paste it in here so that we can kind of start off from this point. And then for the title, I'm going to want password reset confirm. And then this will be the full auth password reset confirm page. And then for the heading, I can just use the exact same heading. The only difference is now it's going to have like 2 inputs for changing my password. And then I'm going to have a different component. So this component, I'm going to call password reset confirm form. So I have to create this. So inside of my components forms, I'm going to create a new component, which will be called password reset confirm form.tsx. And this one's going to be very similar to this one here. So I'm just going to copy the code that's in here, close this one, and paste it here. And then this is going to be for my password reset confirm form. And then I'm going to create a custom hook specifically that works for this. So for now, I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to have some kind of configuration in this here, but first I want to take care of that hook logic. So let's do that. So that way we can just grab it from here and continue. So in the hooks, I'll create a use reset password confirm.ts. I'll open up my use reset password, copy what's in there, and paste it here. I'm going to call this hook use reset password confirm. And then I'm going to want to use a different hook. So that's going to be the use reset password confirm mutation, which I'm going to call. And then this will be reset password confirm. That's what I'm going to call this. And I'm going to call it here on the on submit. And then I'm also going to need my use router. And that's going to come from next navigation. So when I reset my password, I want to redirect them to the login page. That's the reason I want that. And another thing I'm going to need is use params, because I want the UID and the token. I want to be able to extract those. So here I'm going to have router is use router. And I'm also going to have the UID and token destructured from use params. And actually, there's maybe even a better way I can go about this. Instead of doing use params, I can grab those params from the component and then I can just pass them in as arguments here. I think that's how I'm going to do it instead. So let's do that and not import use params. And the next I'm going to do is I'm going to have form data and set form data, which will be my object. And then here I'll have new password and new password. And I'm going to destructure these. And then we got the on change. So I'm going to destructure the name and value from event targets. And then I'll do set form data with spread operator on form data with name and value. And then for the on submit, I'm going to be calling this, and I'm going to be passing as arguments the UID token, the new password, and new password. I'm going to do the unwrap, And then when we're successful, for the text of the toast, I'll do password reset successful. And then I'll do a router push to the /auth login route. And then on a fail, I'm just going to do password reset failed. And then as for what I'm returning, I'm going to have new password, new password is loading on change and on submit. And then also for these two values, let's just pass some types to them. So I'm going to have string and string. That way TypeScript doesn't complain. So there we go. And then back to my component. What I can do is I can grab the params. Then I'm going to create an interface of props, which will have params where I have UID and token. And then I can further destructure the UID and token straight from here and just use them directly. And then I can just pass the props. There we go. And then let's import that custom hook I made. Use, and actually before I do that, I actually need to go into my index. And then right above, I'll have my use reset password confirm, which will be imported from here. And now I can actually go back to my component and import it like this, straight from the hooks. And then I can call that, and I can grab the values I need. So we have new password, new password. We have is loading, on change, and on submit. And then the other thing we have to do is also pass arguments to this of UID and token. There we go. And now let's just finish setting up our config, and then we're good to go. So this first one's going to have a label of new password. And then this will be new password. The value is going to be new password, and the type of the field will be a password field. So there we go. I'm going to copy this and paste it down. And then the next one's going to be confirm new password. This will be new password, and the value same thing, type of password, and there we go. Now we are all set. So now we can test out changing our password, and let's also make sure things are good here. So we do need to actually go into the forms index, and then we need to export this new form we made. So I'll do that right here. And then it's actually password reset confirmed form. So let's fix that. There we go. Password reset confirmed form. So we got that there. And then the last thing we have to do is just extract the parameters from here and pass them down onto here. So maybe a better way that we can pass those down. We don't have to do it through this params way. We can just have, let's say, UID and token. And then I'll just save to reformat, and I'll just do it like this, so that's a little bit cleaner. And then in the page itself, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have that params and then UID and token here. And then I'm just going to set up the interface of props where I have params with UID string and token string. Apply that here. And then just pass UID and token. So there we go. We should be good now. So let's test this out. We have reset your password. I'll set a new password. Send a request, password reset successful, and I'm redirected to the sign-in page. So let's see if it worked. So I'll put in the old password, so that fails. Then if I put in the new password, there we go, logged in. And we're redirected to the dashboard. So the next thing I will tackle is this dashboard. So So back to the code. I'm just going to close everything up. So we're almost done with this app. So let's open up the dashboard now. And then the dashboard, I just want something that shows this is a dashboard and just have like a list of the first name, last name, and the email. And that's pretty much going to be it for the dashboard. So inside of this here, I'm just going to configure this a little bit different. So I'm going to have like a main section. This is where I'm going to have my list. And then above that, I'm going to have sort of like dashboard header. This will have a class name of background white with a shadow. Then within here, I'll have a div that'll have a class name mx auto, mx width, and then 7xl. Padding on the left and right, top and bottom. On small, I'll have 6, and on large, I'll have 8 on the left and right for the padding. And then I'll have my h1, which will say dashboard. And then here I'll have a class name on this, which will be text 3xl, font bold, tracking tight, text gray 900. Let's save that. There we go, looks a lot better. So it's in this sort of like box with a shadow. This is where I'm gonna have this list. And then for this list, I'm gonna have some styling on the main, which is gonna have mx auto. Actually, this should be mx auto, not auth. I'm gonna have max w 7xl, py-6, margin y-8. Small will be px6, large will be px8. And then I think also on the home page, I might have, or no, I have mx auto here. But I know somewhere else I definitely did mx auth. Ah, that was here. This was on, let's see which page. On my activation page. So yeah, that should have been mx auto there. There we go. So I'll close that up. And then back to the dashboard. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create a sort of list component, which I can pass some configuration to, because I'm gonna have like a list of different like list items. So inside of my components, common, this is where I can create this list component. So I'm gonna export default function list, which will accept some kind of config prop. And I'm gonna set up some typing for that. It'll just have a label, which is a string, and it'll have a value, which is string or undefined. And I'll have my props, which will have config. And that'll just be a list of these configuration objects. After that, I'm going to return. And let's go to the Tailwind UI real quick. Instead of the hero sections, I want to look for a list component. And then here under lists, you can find stacked lists. And then here we have an example. So I'm going to grab the React example just to help me out. So we're going to have a UL, which is going to have some styling like this. And then between there, we're going to have list items. So let's grab these list items and paste one of these in here. Now our list items are going to be much simpler than this, because the ones here look like this, although we don't have like images and it's not going to have all of this styling. So I'm going to get rid of this key. And then I'm going to have flex justify between with the gap and the padding on the top and bottom. Then this whole image I'm not going to have. So I'm just going to get rid of this. And I'm also going to get rid of whatever's between here. And then also I'm not going to have this styling here. So this div here, what I'm going to have is a paragraph. It's going to have a class name with text small, font semi-bold, leading 6, text gray 900. And here is where I'm going to have my label. And then for this one here, I'll have a paragraph with a class name, which is going to be the exact same. And then this is where I'm going to have my value. So the way that this is going to work now is that this config, I'm just going to map through it. So config.map. And then I'm going to destructure label and value. And just return a list item with those values plugged in. So for the label, I can just pass in label. Then for the value, I can pass in value. And then if this is undefined, what I can do is I can just have like a spinner. So I'm going to import my spinner component. And that's from components, common. So if this is undefined, I'll just have my spinner. And then I'm just going to set it to be a small spinner. So there we go. We have our list. So back to the dashboard, I can import that. Let's also make sure that in the index, we have an export for the list. So I'll have that right here. And that way I can just import the list like this. And then I'll have that component here. And it's going to have some kind of config, which I'm going to define now. So that's going to be an array with objects that are going to have a label and a value. So I'm going to have one that's for the first name. It's going to have a value that I'm just going to have empty for now. Because these values themselves are going to come from our retrieve user hook. So I'm going to have last name and email. And let's utilize that hook. So I'm going to bring in my use retrieve user query. And because we're using RTK Query, I'm going to declare this as use client. And because we have use client, I'm not going to be able to do the export to metadata. And I'm okay with that because for like a dashboard page, you don't really need a title description kind of tag. Although you could also refactor things so that you could have that in here, but I'm just going to leave it like this. And then I'm going to do const data is coming from use retrieve user query. And then I'm just going to rename this to be user. And I'm also going to grab is loading and is error from here. And also this config I can now pass. And then I'm just going to set these values. So I'm going to have user question mark dot first underscore name. So if this is undefined, this will just be undefined. If it's not undefined, we'll grab the first name, we'll grab the last name, and we'll grab the email. And then another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in the use router. This way I can navigate someone if this fails. So if we get an error, let's show a toast message and navigate them. So I'm also going to need toast. And then if we're loading, I'm going to show a spinner. So that's another thing I'm going to import. So over here, I can have if is loading, return a div with a class name of flex, justify center, and then margin on the top and bottom. I'm going to have my spinner, which is going to be a large spinner. And then if I have an error, what I'm going to do instead is router push, and also I have to do const router is use router. And then I can router push to /auth login. And I can show a toast with an error that says, please log in. And then here we get a bit of an issue with next router was not mounted, and that is because use router I grabbed from here. It should be from next navigation. So let's fix that. There we go. We got our dashboard with the first name, last name, and email. And then if I log out, I get redirected. And let's see what happens if I try to visit dashboard directly. I get please log in. So that's good. So we can see that we already have some form of protection on here. Now another thing I want to do for protecting routes. So right now we're protecting this route by doing this whole retrieving of the user. Although we might have protected routes where we're not doing it with this sort of method. This is more just like we're retrieving our user, and then if we have an error, let's just reroute them. However, I want to have a sort of like default way of protecting routes. So what I can do is in my utils, I'm going to create a component called requireauth.tsx. I'm going to export default function requireauth. And then how this is going to work is I'm just going to use that is authenticated piece of state, and I'm going to see whether it is true. So if it's true, we're just going to render out whatever this is wrapping. So we're going to have some kind of children prop, and this is going to be a pretty simple component in terms of JSX. We're just going to have children being wrapped, and then let's create our interface. And I'll pass that here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to import my use app selector. And then I can use this thing to grab my is authenticated piece of state. So I can do that like this. And because I'm using Redux Toolkit here, I also have to make sure I have use client at the top. And I'm also going to bring in use router, because if we're not authenticated, then we want to reroute them to the login page. And also let's make sure we update this to be next navigation, because we're using the app router. And then from there, I can do const router is use router. And then I'm going to check. Another thing I want to bring in is that is loading. So by default, let's say if we directly go to the dashboard page, so from the URL, then I want to make sure that we're not loading. And then if we are, I'm just going to show some kind of spinner. So I'm going to import my spinner component. And then I'm just going to return a spinner in this case. And this will be a large spinner. And then if not is authenticated. So in this case, we're going to know that we're not loading. So now we're going to check for if we're not authenticated. If that's the case, I'm going to show a toast with an error. I'm going to import toast and do toast error with a message of must be logged in and router push to /auth login. And there we go. Now the next thing I'm going to do is in this dashboard, I can create a layout tsx. So these layouts you can create in subdirectories as well. They're not limited to just here. So this layout will now wrap this layout, and this layout will wrap this page. That's the way that's going to work. And then I can just import my require auth. And then also inside of the utils index tsx, I want to make sure I export it from here. There we go. And that way I can import it like this. So I'm going to have some children props. I'm going to have require auth. And that's just going to have children. So the children will just be the dashboard page, which we're going to wrap. And I need my interface of props. And then I'll apply that here, and there we go. Now we have some route protection by using this sort of mechanism of using our Redux state. So pretty much when you first go on the dashboard page, if let's say we're loading it up, then that is loading, it's going to be true. We're going to hit our verify route. The verify is going to determine, are we authenticated? If we are, it's going to set that is authenticated to true. It's going to set the is loading to false. And then here on the layout, the require auth is going to handle that and just return the page. If the verify determines that we're not authenticated, then is authenticated will be false, the is loading will be false, and we're going to get redirected to the login page. So that's how that's going to work. So that way we can have like a universal way that this is going to work. And I'm also placing this in the dashboard because I'm assuming anything under this dashboard route, you're probably going to have to be authenticated for. So this is a nice way to do this, where you can just have this on like the layout component, and then every other page, you know, it's going to be like a protected route. And then you can also do this on like a page itself, but I think this is a pretty nice way to do it, so that's why I'm doing it here. So that's now literally everything for the dashboard page. Now we just have a little bit left to go. So the only things we have to do now is just create a little not found page. So I can do that with not-found.tsx. This is going to handle my not found page. And then the only other thing I believe after that is the Google and Facebook OAuth, and then just deploying the app and testing things in production. So we're almost there, so let's keep going. So inside of here, I'm going to look for a not found component. So there we go, 404 pages. And then I'm going to grab the code in here. Just going to grab all of this JSX and then export default function not found. And that's just going to return all of this. And then I'm just going to fix this up a bit. So this right here is just going to have an href going to home. And then here, let's see, we have contact support. I'm just going to leave this contact support. It's just going to go to the home page. And then you might maybe create some kind of additional page here that could be like a contact page or something, but I'm not going to do that. But I think it'll just look nice to have this. And then we also have some apostrophes here. So I'm just going to change these to be the and apos colon. So that's just the HTML for an apostrophe. And this should look pretty good. So let's see how it is. I'm going to go to a route that doesn't exist. So what about maybe this route? And there we go. 404, page not found. And we can go back home. Perfect. So I'll close that up. And we only have one thing left to go. So one thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need some way of hitting that GET request, which gets us the like authorized URL. And then we're going to have to visit that URL. And that's where we can log in with either like Google or Facebook, whatever we're using. And that's going to redirect us back to the Google page and the Facebook page. And these pages will handle that post request. So the first thing I'm going to tackle is inside of this full auth. I'm going to create a utils folder. Inside of there, I'm going to create some kind of like utility function to help me with that GET request. So I'm going to call this continue with social auth.ts. It's going to be my function for handling this. I'm going to export default async function, continue with social auth. And then this thing is going to take the provider that I want, which is going to be a string, and it's going to take the redirect, which is going to be a string. So redirect is going to be either Google or Facebook. The provider is going to be either Google OAuth 2 or Facebook. So this way it's a little bit more reusable. And then this function, I'm going to have a try catch. And then in the catch, if anything goes wrong, I'm just going to have like a toast message. So I'm going to import toast and just do like a toast error of something went wrong while we were trying to do this. And then within here, I can have my const response is await, and then fetch. And then this is where I'm going to have my URL, along with some additional options. So the URL itself, I'm just going to make a constant. And then this is going to be an interpolated string, where I have process.env.next public host. So this is going to be my localhost 8000, because I'm going to be hitting my API, and that's going to be at /API/O/the provider, which is Google OAuth 2 or Facebook. I'm going to have a trailing slash, then I'm going to have a redirect URI, and then this right here is going to behave a little bit differently in development and a little bit differently in production. So the way I'm going to handle this is I'm going to check for process env node env equal to production. And then in production, I'm going to handle it one way, and then in development another. So in production, I'll do process env next public redirect URL is what I'm going to expect to receive here. So this will be something like my linked web app testing.info. And then in development, I'll have HTTP localhost 3000. And then this will have /auth/ the redirect, which will either be Google or Facebook that we're going to pass in here. So that's going to be the URL. And I'm going to pass that to the fetch, and then I'm going to set these options. So method will be a GET request. I'm going to have the headers with the accept header of application and JSON. And then I'm going to have credentials include. Then I'm going to get the data, which will be await response JSON. And then from there, I can see if response.status was 200. And then I can also do another little like safety check for type of window isn't undefined. So that's if we like use it in a server component or something, then we know that it's going to be safe. And then in this case, I can do window.location.replace. So because we're using this window, we want to make sure that it is defined. And then we're going to replace it with data.authorization URL. So that's what we're going to expect to receive in this data. And we're going to replace the window with that so that we can bring them to like the OAuth screen. And if something goes wrong, I'm just going to show a toast with an error that says something went wrong. So there we go. We have our utility function in place. And then to make this utility function easier to use, I'm going to create an index.ts. I'm going to import this continue with social auth. And I'm going to export a const of continue with Google, which will be a function, which we'll call this continue with social auth, passing in the sort of parameters it expects for the Google OAuth. So this is going to be Google OAuth 2 and Google. So the provider and the redirect. I'm going to copy down and have another one for Facebook. And then for Facebook, the provider will be Facebook, and then the redirect will also be Facebook. So there we go. Now I have these two that I can conveniently use. And then I just have to create some buttons, which then when we click, the onClick is going to be utilizing these. So inside of my components common, I'm going to create social buttons.tsx. I'm going to export default function social buttons. I'm going to have a div with a class name of flex justify between items center gap 2 and margin top 5. And I'm going to have two buttons. So the first one will be the Google one. The other one's going to be the Facebook button. So this button will have a class name of flex-1, text white, rounded medium, px3, margin top 3, and then the padding top bottom 2, font medium, background red. And something I can actually do is also bring in my class names. And then I'm just going to cut this and put it here. And then actually I'm going to want to have this in a sort of like subcomponent, which I'm going to call social button. And then this thing is going to receive a prop, which is going to be the provider. And then here I can pass either Google or Facebook. And then depending on the provider, we're going to apply different styling. And then this thing here is going to just return a button for us. And then we're going to have something like this here. Actually, I'm going to have to bring in class names. And just paste all that. And then depending on our provider, we're going to have some different styles. So if I have a provider of Google, so I can do that with provider is equal to Google, then I'm going to have my Google styling. And also this has to be in an object. And then I'm going to copy down. And if I have Facebook, I'm going to have different styling. So for Google, I'm going to have background red 500. And I'm also going to have hover background red 400. Then for Facebook, I'm going to have background blue 500. And then hover is going to be background blue 400. And then I can just do class name is class name. And then I'm going to have a children prop. And that's what I'm going to pass between here. There we go. Let's now create some exports for these. So I'm going to have social button and social buttons plural. And then in my social buttons, I'm going to just remove this, and I'm going to bring in my social button. And then I can use social button here instead. And then the provider, I'll pass as Google. And then the next thing I'm going to pass is a span, which is going to have a class name of flex, justify start, and items center. And then in here, I'm going to have an icon. And then I'm going to have another social button, which is going to be for Facebook. And both of these are going to have this in common. So what I can do is I can just cut this from here, go into my social button, and that's going to wrap this children. So there we go. It's going to be the span wrapping the children. And then back in social buttons, what I need to do is I just need to import these icons I want. And then also these icons, I'm going to have use client for them to work. And they're going to both come from the React icons library. So React icons /im is where I'm going to grab these from. Then I'm going to have im Google and im Facebook. And then this one here, I'm just going to pass like this. And I'm going to have the Facebook one as well. And then I can go back here. Then another thing I can pass is REST string and any. And then I can just have the rest of the props. And then here, I can just do REST. So this way I can just pass like an onClick or something. So if I go back here, now I can have my onClick, and I need to bring in those utility functions I made. So import continue with Google and continue with Facebook. And then this button is going to have an onClick, which is going to be continue with Google, and the other one, continue with Facebook. And there we go. This should now work. So the last step here is to go into my login and register pages and use these components. So login and register. And then I just have to import that. So import social buttons. And I'm just going to use that right below the form. And same thing in the login. All right, let's check it out. So login. Oh yeah, we're kind of missing the text. So let's fix that. So that's in my social buttons. I don't want just the icon, but I want the text Google and the text Facebook after. So let's fix that up. And then the only thing I would probably add is maybe a little bit of margin. And I'm also going to change the text to be Google sign in and Facebook sign in. And then just apply a class name to both of these of margin right 3. And there we go. Looks a lot better. And the register page will also have these exact same buttons. Perfect. So now it's not quite enough to have these buttons. I also need to have the Google and Facebook page handle this post request. So because the Google and Facebook page will be doing something very similar, I'm going to create a custom hook, which is just going to be utilized by both of these and help me implement this. And I'm going to call this use social auth.ts. I'm going to export a default function of use social auth. And this is going to take an authenticate function. So this authenticate, it's going to be the authenticate function, which is going to be returned by that use social authentication hook. So that's one that we defined in the Redux features auth API slice. So we made this social authenticate, and then that will take in the provider, state, and code. And the provider is going to either be Google OAuth 2 or Facebook, and that's going to handle the post request. So this mutation hook is going to give us the authenticate that we're going to pass in here in the use. Next, I'm going to have a use effect. So when this component mounts, I'm just going to go hit that post request, and then if it's successful, I'm just going to reroute the user to like the home page or the dashboard. I think the dashboard makes sense, and then if it fails, I'm just going to redirect them to the login. So to handle a redirect, I'm going to import use router, and that's going to come from Next navigation. There we go. And then here, I'm going to get the code and the state. So the code and state I'm going to get from the parameters in these pages, and I'm just going to pass them on through as additional arguments in here. So code will be a string, state will be a string. And then this use effect is just going to depend on like the authenticate, state, and code. And then inside of here, I can check if state and code. So if these are both truthy, so if we have values here, then I can do the authenticate, passing in the state and the code. And I'm also going to need the provider. So that'll be another argument I expect to receive, and then I can pass that here. Then I can do an unwrap, then the dot then, and the dot catch. And then in the dot then, I'm just going to set the is authenticated piece of state. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to import set auth. And I'm also going to need the use dispatch. So in here, dispatch set auth. And then I'm also going to have a toast message. So I'm going to import toast. It'll be logged in. And router push to the dashboard. And then in the catch, I'm going to have a toast error. It'll say failed to log in with a router push to /auth login. And then something I'm actually realizing, so this state and code, these are going to be query parameters. So actually a better way to handle these isn't to expect them inside of here. What I'm going to do is here, I'm going to bring in use search params from Next navigation, and I'm going to bring them in using this hook. So I'm going to have const and then state and code, which I'm going to destructure from use search params. And then if we take a look here, state does not exist. So a better way I can do this, I can just have a const search params, and then within here, I can do const state is search params dot get state, and then the code will be search params dot get code. And then I'm going to get rid of the dependency array here. And there we go. This is going to be our use social auth hook. So now inside of Google, what I can do is I can import the use Google, or actually the use social authentication mutation hook. It's going to be one thing I need. I'm going to also need my use social auth hook. And actually I need to create an export for this, so I didn't do that. That's inside of my hooks file index. And then I'm going to do use social auth. So there we go. Now we have an easy import for that. So that's coming from my hooks. And then I'm also going to import my spinner component. And that's going to be the only thing I show on here. I'm just going to have like a div with a class name with some margin at the top and bottom. I'm just going to have like a spinner, and it's going to be a large spinner. It's going to be the only thing on this page. And because I'm using these Redux hooks, I'm going to do use client at the top of this page. And then here, I can do const Google authenticate is use social authentication mutation. And then I can use my use social auth. And then I can pass in this here. And then the other thing that it expects is the provider. So authenticate and provider. And then in this case, my provider will be Google-OAuth2. So this should now all work out. So this provider, we're going to end up passing here along with the state and code. That's going to hit our post request, and it should log us in. And then for Facebook, it's going to be very similar to this. So I'm just going to copy and paste here. And then I'm just going to call this Facebook Authenticate. And then the provider is going to be Facebook. And there we are. So now the Google OAuth 2 and Facebook OAuth 2 should now work in development. So let's test it out. So here on the sign up, maybe I don't want to sign up by filling out all these fields. So let's click this Google sign in. And looks like something didn't work out. So let's see what it is. And it seems that the issue is that we forgot the question mark here. This should be a query parameter. So let's fix that. That should be in our utility function. So not this utils, but the one down here. And let's make sure that here we have our question mark. So this is going to be a query parameter with this value. So that should fix things up for us. So let's try that again. I'm just going to refresh Google sign in. There we go. Now I can click on my John Doe account and then log in. And then if I already am logged in, I would just get redirected there. There's our spinner. We're logged in. And we should have gotten redirected, but we didn't. So why didn't our redirect work? Let's find out. Now there's some other things I can try to fix up that might maybe make this work like I expected. For one, I should have the provider inside of this dependency array. And then another thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to import the useRef hook. And I'm going to use this to make sure that this right here runs only once. So I'm going to have const effect ran is useRef, and then I'm going to have false. And then here, I'm going to have an and for if not effect ran dot current. And then in my cleanup function, I'm going to return an arrow function, which is going to do effect ran.current is true. So this is going to ensure that this only gets run once. So back to my code. I'm going to refresh. So I am logged in, which means I have those cookies, and I can log out. So now I can get redirected here. So back inside of login, let's click on the Google sign-in. Let's try this one more time. And there we go. This time it worked. Perfect. So there seemed to have just been some strange behavior around the use effect, probably with the strict mode, I'm guessing. So now that that worked, let's now test things out with Facebook OAuth. So here, everything should be set up. Let's make sure it's good. So I'm just going to log out. I get redirected here. Must be logged in. So that's because I was on the dashboard page. Then I can click login, Facebook sign in. And there we go. Because I'm already logged in with this account here, I just automatically get signed in with John Edwards, and I can see that that worked. Now, one thing I don't like is when you're on the dashboard and you click on logout, you see that error toast. So I'm just going to open up that require auth component, and I'm just going to remove this error toast. If you're not authenticated, it's just going to redirect it to the login. I think it's a little unnecessary to have that. So I'll put that there. So now, if I go to Facebook sign in, I'm on the dashboard. Then if I click on logout, I just get redirected. And in particular, I get redirected to the home page. So that's good. And then I also just want to make sure that the logout itself isn't redirecting. I may have included that in the handle logout. And looks like I did. So actually, I don't like this behavior. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of this router push to slash. And I'm only going to dispatch set logout. Because if we're on an unauthorized page and we log out, we're going to get redirected anyway. So I'm just going to keep it like this. So let's test out that behavior. I'm going to Facebook sign in. So if I'm on the dashboard now, and then I click on logout, I expect to get redirected to like the login page. And there we go. We're on the login page. Perfect. And I think that's a better behavior. Everything seems to be working right now with the app. So the next step will be some cleanup and then testing the production build. And then after that, we'll get to the final stage of deploying the app. So let's go back to the code. So I guess for cleanup, one thing I see is I have the router that's being unused as well as this link. So I'm just gonna clean that up real quick. And then I'm also gonna get rid of this import. So save that. And then I'm just going to close up these pages. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a build. So I'm going to stop running, npm run build, and just make sure that we can actually build the production version. So here I'm getting an error that's inside of our list components. So I'm going to go there first and maybe minimize some of these things. So let's find our list component. That is right over here. And then we have to provide the key prop because we are returning a list of JSX elements. And then for the key, I'm just going to use the label. We're also getting warnings about the image tag. You could always use the image component from Next.js, but I'm just going to use these image tags. They're just really being used for those like Tailwind icons. The next thing I'm going to do is run another build, see if everything's okay, which it should be. That was the only error that was showing up. And now let's go see how things run with our production build. So I'm going to do an npm run start and make sure that everything's in order. So I'm just going to refresh and I'm going to try to log in again. And interestingly enough, we just see a loader here. So let's figure out what exactly is going on. So one thing that we can do to help figure this out, we can go into Redux in our store. Let's just change this right here, the dev tools, to always be true, and that should be lowercase. And then I'm going to do a rebuild. And then that way we can just see what's inside of the Redux store. So I'm going to open up Firefox, navigate here. So we have our Redux dev tools, and we can click here. And then I can actually see my state itself. So is authenticated and is loading. So let's try to log in now with the production version. And I get this loading. So let's see what's happening. So over here, you're going to see a couple things you can select. So make sure you don't have next router, otherwise you're going to see something that looks like this. And then in here, I see is authenticated as false and is loading as false. Interesting. I also don't see the Navbar updated. Then I go back here. And then I see is loading is true now. And is authenticated as false. Let's refresh. Okay, I see the dashboard. I see logout. Then going back here, is authenticated as true, is loading is false. Okay, so let's navigate back here. And suddenly I have is authenticated as false and is loading as true. So our Redux state is not preserving its value. And that's quite interesting because in our development environment, everything was working just fine. The Redux state was preserving its values, but right now when we do the production build, we have some unwanted side effects happening. Then if I refresh, everything appears to be okay, but I navigate and now we're logged out again. So let's address this. So I'm gonna flip this back to what it was. So only in our development environment, I want the dev tools to be activated. And then to actually debug this, it is quite a difficult thing to actually see what's happening. But what is happening is that make store right here, we're returning a function that we're calling. So instead what we want to do is just have store is equal to configure store. And then we're just going to have to adjust these types here. So I'm going to remove this one. We're not going to need it. And this is going to be type of store.getState. And then as for this one here, this is going to be type of store.dispatch. So you can either do the dot notation or you can also use this notation here. That's another option. Then I think in the Redux Toolkit documentation, it shows it with this notation. So I'll just do it like this. And then what we have to do from there is go to our provider and just update this to now be an import for store. And instead of calling a function store, we're just going to provide the store, which is our configure store. So let's test this out and see if this fixes things. So I'm going to rebuild to get our production version. Okay, that finished building, and I'll just do an npm run start and see how things are working now in the production build. Because it's the production build that's going to end up actually getting deployed and running. So we want to make sure things are working with that. So back over here, if I now refresh the page, I see the dashboard logout. If I go to the dashboard, there we go. Dashboard logout, still there. And I can navigate around. Also, this didn't quite seem to update. Okay, no, it did. We don't have the actual Redux store that we can analyze here. We just have this next router, so that's good. And there we go. Everything is now working properly. I can go to the dashboard, I can refresh, and now things are proper with the Redux store. So that's a little bug, which is quite difficult to actually find. So just make sure that when you're configuring your store, you don't do it as a function returning configure store. Otherwise, things will work in development, but they won't in production. All right, so the next thing I want to tackle in terms of cleanup is going to be in require auth. This isn't completely necessary, but right now our require auth, it's doing a router.push to auth login. But instead what I want to do is use the redirect function, which comes from Next navigation, and then use that here instead. Just because this will treat this as more of an error, whereas the router.push won't. And if you're trying to go to an unauthorized route, I do want to treat that as a little bit more of an error. So I'm going to use this redirect here. And then after this change, the last thing I'm going to do is go into the app dashboard. And then I'm just going to tweak some things here a little bit. So one thing that when we use a query from Redux Toolkit with RTK Query, we get this is loading we can destructure, but we also get is fetching. That's another thing I'm going to bring in. And then for the loading state, I just want to see if we're loading or if we're fetching. And then also right here, we check if we have an error. And then if we do, we route or push to login. And we also have a toast. So one thing for sure I don't want is the toast. I think it would just be a nicer behavior that if you try going directly to the dashboard and you're not logged in, then you just get redirected to the login without the toast. And then also this part right here, we have our require auth already handling this for us with this redirect. So we don't actually have to do this part here. So I'm just going to remove this as a final cleanup. Remove is error from what's getting destructured. Remove router. Remove the toast import. Remove this import. And then just clean up our component to be like this. And there we go. And then there's just going to be one final thing I want to tackle. And this is going to be more on the backend side. So right now on our app, let's say if I were to inspect, and then if I go to the network tab and I do a refresh, right now what we're going to notice is even though I have an access token, like I'm not logged in right now because more than 5 minutes has passed. So this is one issue that I have right now. So this API JWT verify we hit, and we're getting a 400 because we don't have an access token that we're passing to this. So what we need to do is in our cookies, so if I go to my storage, not this, but the storage, so the access token, it expired. Now it still kind of like shows up here, but it's not getting sent along in my request. So then when it hits the verify route, the verify route doesn't see that there's an access token and gives me a 400 bad request. Now instead what I want to happen is for this access token to get sent along in the request, even if it's expired. And then once we hit the verify route, then the verify route will determine this is not a good token. It's going to give me a 401. Then once I hit my 401, then the RTK Query re-auth logic will kick in. And then it'll hit the refresh endpoint, get me a new access token, and then it's going to retry the verify, and then it's going to work, and that's going to log me in. So that's what I want to happen. And then to make this happen, it's quite a simple fix. Now this is more something on the back end. So if I were to now open up the full auth API, go to my full auth settings, there's one setting here I need to tweak. So right here is where I have these settings. So auth cookie access max age. This right here is the max age for my access tokens. And then this here is the max age for my refresh tokens. And this in particular is the max age for the cookies themselves, not for the token. For the actual token lifetime, you can configure that in the simple JWT settings. And then you can set the access token lifetime. Also accidentally open this. So that you configure in here. This is just for the cookie that's holding the value. So what I can do instead is I can just do something like auth cookie max age, let's say. And then that can be equal to this value here. And then I can just, let's say, remove this and just have one of these. So the access and refresh token will have the exact same lifetime, which will be a day. And then all I'd have to do is go into my users views and then make sure that I'm using this setting that I just adjusted. So I'm going to go and find wherever I have max age and just replace that with this setting. So both for the access and the refresh token. So we're using that here, we're using that here and here. Then we're using that here. And then here in the verify route, we're not. So there we go. That's all we have to adjust, and then we're all set. Now, because I made that change, I will have to now push that change up. So I'm just gonna git add dot, git commit, and then adjust auth cookie lifetime, and then git push origin main, just so that I can get that change up there. And then what that's going to do, it's actually going to trigger a redeployment, because from the first part of the series, I deployed the backend, and then the backend is deployed right here in this app. So that should trigger a redeployment to now happen. So that's for like the production build. Also, I'm going to close up a lot of these tabs I don't need anymore. So now that we have that, the next thing I want to do is just go push this into a Git repository so I can deploy it to another DigitalOcean app platform instance. So I'm going to stop running this, do a git status, git add dot. So now I'm committing all of these files, do a git commit -m initial commits. And then after that, I'm going to have to go into GitHub and create a repository for this. So I'll click on New Repository. I'll call this full-auth. It'll be a public repository. Create that. So we already have all of these things done for us. You can also do a git branch -m main. So if I do a git status, right now the branch is already main because that's what it's configured to when you generate a Next.js project. And then you can go add the remote and then push. So I'll do this step here. Now, as for this step, this is going to be slightly different for me. This is something I went over in the first part, but I manage multiple GitHub accounts. So instead, the way that I'm going to do this is with git at github.com-linkedweb and then a colon, then linkedweb-fullauth.git. And then just to explain that here as well, inside of my .ssh, I have a config, and then that config has this set up right here. And then that has the host of GitHub with this identity file, and that's for the specific GitHub account that I'm pushing this up to right now. So if you're not managing multiple GitHub accounts, you're not going to do it like I'm doing it here. But because I am, this is the way that I'm going to do it. And then I'll do a git push -u origin main. So this will push to the main branch with the upstream, which is this setting. And then from there, if I go here and refresh, we should have our Git repository. And then we also tested things that they work with the production build. So the next step is going to be get this repository on an app platform on DigitalOcean, and then we can test things out if they work in production. So back in here, I'm also going to see what's the status of this deployment. So it's still doing its thing. That's fine. So what I'm going to do is go to create apps and create a brand new app. So here we have GitHub selected. I'm going to find that repository. So full-auth. There it is. And then I'll do an auto deploy checked here. So anytime I deploy to the main branch, it's going to go deploy. Then I'm going to edit the plan. I'm going to use a basic plan that's $5 a month. Then I'll click next. And then I'm going to set up my environment variables. So then for the environment variables, I believe we have two that we have to configure. So inside of my env local, we have this next public host. That's the first one I need to configure. This is going to be our backend API. So I'll paste that. And then our backend API that we set up in the first part is https://api.linkedweb-app-testing.info. And of course here you'd use whatever domain you have set up. And then we have one more environment variable we have to set. And that one comes from our utils continue with social auth. And that's this one right here. So when our environment is set to production, which it will be when we do the npm run build, then we want to use this right here as our redirect URL. And then by default, we use localhost 3000. So instead of having localhost 3000 /auth/ let's say Google OAuth 2 or /Facebook, we're going to have instead where our Next.js app is running in production. So that's going to end up being https://linkedweb-app-testing.info. Now, after we do the build and deploy, we are going to have to go and configure this to use this domain, but we're going to do that afterwards. So for now, I'll click save, I'll click next, and then we should be good to go. So I'll create these resources. And then now pretty much what we have to do is wait. And then also a nice thing, if I go and there is a setting, if I actually click on the component itself, right now we have these commands, and already for us we have the build command and the run command there for us. So with the text, This is a Next.js project, and then it's going to do the npm run build for the build and npm start to start the Next.js project. So that's already configured for us. So all that's left to do now is go here, wait for this to finish, and then once it does, we'll go back to the settings and configure the domain. All right, so our build and deployment finished and succeeded. So the next thing I'm going to do is go to my settings now, find the domains setting, click on edit, add domain, and then add my domain, which is linkedweb-app-testing.info. And then I'll say we manage your domain, and I'll add that domain. And that's pretty much it. Now just go back to the build logs, wait for it to do its build deploy. So that already finished up, so perfect. So one thing that we had as an issue during development was with when we were using Chrome, the cookies, because they had the same site property as none, they required an SSL connection in order to get sent along in our requests and in the responses. So because in the development environment, we didn't have HTTPS set up, those cookies couldn't get sent along and we had to use something like Firefox or Safari. But right now we do have an SSL connection. So that means that these cookies should now work on Chrome. So I can actually just on Chrome go to linkedweb-app-testing.info. And then because I just configured this domain, this will take a little bit of time before it's set up. So I will have to wait until that finishes propagating in the system. But one thing that did happen after we configure that domain is that if we go to these domains now, we will see some additional domains get set up here for us automatically. So right now we have this pointing to our app. So now it's just a matter of waiting until this finishes propagating and then we should see our app. So I'm just going to pause and come back once that's finished and then we'll continue. All right, so things finished propagating. So we have our app right now in production with this domain. So perfect. So now back over here, if I go to my app, one thing I want to make sure is that my backend app, this API linkedweb-app-testing.info, I want to make sure that the database is clear. Now you wouldn't normally do this sort of thing on a production app, but this is just more of a test app, and I want to see if things are now working in production. So I'm going to go to this console. So this is where I have my backend project. I'm going to do a python manage.py flush. And that's just going to clear all the data in the database. That way I can make sure that I can register for an account and test out like the registration, the login, and everything. So there we go. Now I have a clear database that I'm working with. So now I should be able to go back to my app and test this out. All right, so let's try to register for an account. I'm going to do John Doe with that email. Then we're going to sign up. And there we go. Please check email to verify account, and I'm redirected to the sign-in page. Beautiful. Now let's say if we receive that email. So I'm going to refresh. There's the email. Now we see right here, we have the actual link correctly with the linkedweb-app-testing.info domain. So I can just click this, and that will activate my account. There we go. Account activated, just like that. So the next thing to test out is logging in. So let's do that. And there we go. We're logged in and we're redirected to the dashboard. Perfect. And I can also navigate around. That all works. Perfect. I can refresh. And now when I refreshed, we can see that we ended up with a result that was a little bit unexpected. So if I go to the home route, things seem to work. I can navigate around, I can log out, go to login, register. But if I refresh the page, I end up getting something like this. Now this right here, this is currently a bug with the version of Next.js, and in particular it's more when you deploy on something like Digitalocean App Platform. So one thing that we noticed was when we were running this locally, the production environment, everything was working fine. But as soon as we were on DigitalOcean's platform, things suddenly weren't fine. So what is different between our local environment and DigitalOcean's? Well, with DigitalOcean's environment, with the app platform, there is a CDN that's in front of our application, and that is Cloudflare. So on my other screen, I'm going to bring in a certain post here. So this is one of the issues when you have a CDN like CloudFront, Cloudflare on the app directory, then things end up breaking and you end up getting a result kind of like the one that we saw. Now, in this post, if you scroll down, Tim Neutkens, who is one of the authors of Next.js and also the lead of Next.js, he ended up commenting on this, and they are working on solving this particular issue where you have something like Cloudflare. And in particular, what happens, there's this vary header, and Cloudflare right now doesn't respect this vary header. And that's something we can actually see if we inspect. And then we go to the network tab and then refresh. If I take a look here, we can see that there's this vary header. So this right here is a standard with CDNs, and they're supposed to be respecting this header and things are supposed to render properly. But with the server components right now, we end up getting this showing up in particular because it's a server component and what's getting cached isn't actually HTML, but it's this right over here. And the vary header isn't working with Cloudflare right now. So the vary header is a standard that is supposed to be respected by the CDNs, but unfortunately it's not. So the Next.js team is aware of this particular issue, and they are working on a fix for this for CDNs that don't respect the vary header. So this is something that will get fixed. Just for the time being, this is the kind of thing you are likely to see when you do page refreshes. Unless it's going to be like the home page, then it'll probably work fine. And then also dynamic pages will also work fine. So something like password reset / the UID / the token, something like this will probably work fine. But something like password reset, when that gets cached, and then in particular with the server components, you're going to end up with something like this, which is not cached HTML, but instead it's something that looks like this. So when you end up actually seeing this video, this might be an issue that's resolved with the current version of Next.js. However, if you're watching this video when there isn't this fix yet, then you'll probably get a very similar result. But anyway, this is something that is more temporary. It is something that will get fixed. And so I wouldn't think it's something to worry about too much. So anyway, that's something I wanted to bring up. Now, if you were to deploy this application on something like Vercel, you wouldn't get this issue. But if you are doing this on DigitalOcean app platform, at the moment, you will get this issue. But I do still think it's good to see how you can do this sort of deployment in app platform. And ultimately, when this does get resolved, then of course everything will be fine. You'll know how to deploy on DigitalOcean, and you're not going to get this issue of page refreshes showing this strange cached behavior. So anyway, with that side note, let's now test out some of the other features in this application. So one in particular is the password reset, which we didn't go over. So let's test it out right now in production. And there we go, request sent. Check your email for reset link. So there's the link. So I can click this to reset the password. And there we go, password reset. Now if I put in the old password, I should fail to log in. If I put in the password I just reset to, there we go, we're logged in and we can see the dashboard. Perfect. And if I log out, I should get redirected to the login page. And then the final things to test out in this app are going to be the Google sign-in and the Facebook sign-in. So I'm going to click on the Google sign-in link. I'm going to log in with my John Doe user, and I get redirected, and I'm logged in successfully. So perfect, Google OAuth works. So I can log out, go back to the login page, and then I can also go to Facebook sign-in. And then I'm going to continue as John. And there we go. Now, in this particular case, I ended up logging in with this John Doe account, but that works too. So there we go. We have our Google and Facebook OAuth working. And then also one final thing to kind of note. So here, if I go to a not found page, and then these links, when we were putting this app together, we put these together as anchor tags. So if I actually go back to the code and I open up the not found page, So these here were these anchor tags instead of the link tags. And in particular, that was because there was actually a bug with Next.js app platform with this not found page, where if you use the link tags, it wouldn't redirect you properly. But with the latest version currently of Next.js, you can turn these into link tags and then it should redirect you properly. So that's the reason why I use these, just because if you were to click them, then you would still see the 404 not found content on the screen. So that is another change that you can make. But just to not waste any more time, I'm just gonna leave it at that. And then on the final GitHub code, I'm just gonna have it with the link tag and with the latest version of Next.js. So there we go. That is everything then for this tutorial. You've now seen how to build a full authentication system using the Next.js app platform along with Django on the backend. You also saw how to do social authentication with Google and Facebook OAuth 2. And we have a fully functioning application right now, minus the bug we see with the page refreshes, but that is something that will get resolved pretty soon in the future. And then on top of all that, you've also seen how to deploy this application with DigitalOcean App Platform. So I hope you enjoyed the series. If you did, please leave a like on the video, subscribe if you want to see more content like this, hit that bell icon if you want to get notifications when I release a new video, and that'll be everything for this series. So I'll see you in the next one.